Chapter 2026. Isn't this too arrogant? Xingyun was instantly enraged. The top of his head gushed out the radiance of millions of stars. A string of heavenly star beads flew out, weaving a total of millions of divine beads. As they rumbled and rotated, the divine light of the stars shone brightly. This was Starry Sky, Cloud's natal treasure. It was weaved with millions of stars in the universe. Once it was fully awakened, the millions of stars suddenly went berserk and turned into stars that filled the sky, blocking the Guangong saber that was slashing down. "Open for me!" Big Goldie roared angrily, his courage unparalleled. This huge golden and resplendent Guangong saber suddenly became much more terrifying, as if it had turned into the most powerful and domineering material in the world. It scattered unparalleled sharpness, and even Big Goldie's body was endlessly revived. Golden Dipper material. Xingyun's expression changed greatly. This creature was forged from the Golden Dipper material, and his weapon was the Golden Dipper material. This method was so extravagant that Xingyun almost went crazy. What kind of heaven-defying creature was this, and who forged it? Boom! The Guangong saber slashed down, causing millions of stars in the universe to tremble violently. One had to admit that Big Goldie's attack was too terrifying. It contained endless, immortal heavenly power, and it broke open a huge crack in the heavenly star bead, destroying a large portion of stars. Xingyun screamed miserably. This was his life treasure, a great success, immortal king weapon. However, the Guangong saber that Big Goldie wielded was peerlessly sharp, and it even destroyed a part of his life treasure. Boom! In an instant, Long Daesong stretched out a huge claw, entwined with 9 blurry true dragons, and suppressed Xingyun's body endlessly. Bastard! Xingyun was about to go crazy. Where did this person come from? Where did Long Daesong and Big Goldie come from? Although these two experts were not great success immortal kings, they were both freaks. Their battle prowess was not much inferior to great success immortal kings. Now that the two experts had joined forces, especially Long Daesong's huge claw, which contained the ancient immemorial dragon might, it was as if it was striking the river of time. The combined power of 9 true dragons suppressed Xingyun's body until it trembled violently. Boom! Big Goldie's bowl-sized fist followed closely behind. It was so powerful that it seemed like it was going to destroy the world. The clouds in the starry sky roared, his combat strength fully released. The entire sky was filled with supreme Tao techniques interweaving, forming a vast ancient star domain world in the world within his body. It surged with the heavenly might of a great success immortal king, and for a short period of time, it was extremely powerful. Rumble. A violent battle broke out in this area. Big Goldie used the Guangong saber to suppress the heavenly star bead, and the two powerful martial artists joined forces to suppress the bead. Fist prints covered the sky and earth, and ferocious claws pressed forward with incomparable ferocity. Thousand Stars Palm, Starry Sky Cloud waved his large hands, and the radiance of the galaxy coiled around his 2 large hands. The laws of the great success immortal king realm bloomed, and they covered Big Goldie and Long Daesong's killing order. For a moment, it formed a great collision that shocked the heavens and earth and made ghosts and gods weep. It had to be said that Starry Sky Cloud was very powerful. He was worthy of being called a great success immortal king. In fact, if this battle had been fought by anyone else, then when a great success immortal king went berserk, 2 immortal kings would not be enough. They would be suppressed in a single exchange. However, Big Goldie's strength was boundless, and Long Daesong's awakened 9 dragons' combat strength was peerlessly domineering. The two powerful martial artists joined forces and formed a destructive collision with Starry Sky Cloud. It was also at this moment that a bloody palm descended from the sky. Starry Sky Cloud was slightly stunned. The speed of this palm was extremely fast. It covered the sky and earth, and it landed squarely on his face. Su Yan's slap could not be said to have much power, but he, who was in the Emperor domain, had directly humiliated Starry Sky Cloud. Su Yan, you should be cut into pieces. Starry Sky Cloud's eyes widened as he let out a shrill roar. His disheveled hair danced in the wind, and his eyes were like purgatory. Who would dare to do this? He was now a great success, immortal king, but Su Yan was only an emperor. How dare he humiliate him? Roar! Long Daesong's roar rumbled. He retracted his large claws, pressed his forehooves against the ground, and slammed forward with all his might. In a short period of time, the terrifying horns on Long Daesong's forehead were monstrous. They could be said to be a superweapon nurtured by the heavens. They revolve around 9 blurry, prehistoric true dragons, and in an instant, they broke apart the order of laws presented by Starry Sky Cloud's large hand. Ah! Starry Sky Cloud let out a shrill roar. His palm had already cracked open. This was a heart-wrenching pain, and half of his body was trembling. In a moment of instability, Big Goldie let out a loud roar. His fist was huge, and it was like a super weapon evolved from a concentrated golden dipper material. It smashed Starry Sky Cloud's other flesh palm into pieces. Ah! Starry Sky Cloud let out a shrill roar, and blood spurted out of his body. He had been forced to this extent by 2 immortal kings. Smack! Su Yan's expression was cold. He slapped Starry Sky Cloud again, and it landed squarely on his old face. If not for his weak aura and serious injuries, he would have cut Starry Sky Cloud's old face open with his axe. All of you have to die. No one has ever forced me to this extent. Starry Sky Cloud's blood-stained body burned fiercely, and an extremely terrifying fluctuation surged from his body. He had reversed his immortal king source and burned his flesh. The power he had activated was rather terrifying, and it was as if the immemorial galaxy that had been settled for hundreds of millions of years had swept over. He's gone mad. He's burning his life source. Big Goldie's eyes flashed with shock. He was so powerful that he could capture a fatal threat. Once this kind of person went all out, he would form a power that could destroy heaven and earth. After all, he was a living being that was infinitely close to the Emperor realm. Roar! An earth-shaking roar exploded. Starry Sky Cloud, who had gone berserk, was peerlessly powerful. His body was magnificent, and he crushed the stars in the sky. He was so powerful that even Long Daesong felt his hair stand on end. Su Yan was stunned. This was the life-risking state of a great success, immortal king. His figure was so powerful that it could crush the sky and destroy the great Tao of the heavens. He was much more terrifying than ordinary immortal kings, and he almost possessed unparalleled ferocious might. You forced me to pay such a huge price. All of you have to die. Starry Sky Cloud roared furiously. In truth, once he went into this state, the loss of his life force would be too serious. After all, when this kind of person burned immortal king energy, it would be an overload on his own body. He would lose his life source aura, and the price he had to pay to recover was rather ridiculous. There were times when immortal kings couldn't afford to be injured. At their level, once they were seriously injured, what they needed was precious treasures to recuperate. If they relied solely on absorbing the vital chi of heaven and earth to nourish themselves, it would take a very long time. It would easily take several thousand years. Starry Sky Cloud was blazing and overflowing. It was so dazzling that even Su Yan's eyes hurt. His figure was too big, turning into the space-time of the star domain. He waved his large hand, and there were thousands of star rivers. With a domineering slap, he sent Long Daesong flying. Long Daesong was bleeding from his mouth and nose. His forehooves were faintly trembling, and he almost couldn't stand still. He roared and wanted to bring Su Yan away. Big Goldie, let's go quickly, Su Yan called out. Starry Sky Cloud had already gone crazy. He didn't hesitate to pay the price of his life to get rid of them. No one can leave. Kill! Starry Sky Cloud roared. With this roar, the boundless world trembled. Tens of millions of heavenly rivers gushed out, covering the sky as they poured down, suppressing Su Yan's group. Do you really think your Grandpa Jean is easy to bully? Big Goldie was furious. His long golden hair danced like a waterfall. In an instant, he rose from the ground, and with both hands holding the Gong blade, he hacked down with force. And Starry Sky Cloud waved his Star River's palm. It looked vast and boundless as it heavily pressed down. Ah! Big Goldie roared. His golden flesh shell gushed with immortal divine light. In an instant, the golden Gong blade became incomparably terrifying. The enormous blade seemed to have turned into a heaven-severing guillotine, and there were indistinct Emperor Tao laws appearing. This was a shocking scene. Big Goldie, whose aura was somewhat short in front of Starry Sky Cloud, held the Gong blade with both hands. It was incomparably terrifying, and it faintly suffused with the aura of an ancient great emperor. It shook the boundless world. At the same time, the young Emperor Xian people who were searching for treasures in the distant world were all alarmed. They quickly approached their destination. This is a fake emperor weapon. It won't be suppressed by the three-world mountain. Su Yan laughed loudly. The Gong blade revealed a matchless sharpness, causing Starry Sky Cloud to feel a chill all over his body. No matter how powerful the tide of energy he emitted was, it collapsed in an instant. The peerless sharpness was going to cut Starry Sky Cloud apart like an ant. He opened his mouth and spat out the heavenly star bead. This set of supreme treasures also went berserk, completely destroying themselves to block the terrifying sharpness of the blade. The heavenly star bead exploded. Starry Sky Cloud's eyes were about to split open. He screamed continuously, and his body was dyed with blood. He was suddenly stopped at a critical moment, and he also suffered a terrifying injury. Large cracks appeared on his body, and he was about to break into two. Starry Sky Cloud roared. He, a great success immortal king, had actually fallen to such a state. Crackle. One could see with the naked eye that Starry Sky Cloud's body was extremely weak. His appearance was aging, and blood was flowing continuously. He was like a terrifying creature that had been struck by lightning. There was a kind of feeling that he couldn't recover and was about to die. Su Yan's eyes opened wide. This was a good opportunity to kill Starry Sky Cloud. Let's go. However, Big Goldie was very violent. He rushed over quickly and said, "The experts of the Xian people are here. There are at least 3 immortal kings. Hurry." Although Starry Sky Cloud was severely injured, it was too difficult to kill him if he was struggling on the verge of death. Of course, this kind of injury was enough for Starry Sky Cloud to recuperate for a long time, unless he was willing to pay a huge price and use rare treasures to nourish his injured body. Boom! Just as Su Yan and the others were about to escape this battlefield world, a vast wave was transmitted from afar. One after another, immortal kings descended. Their auras were terrifying, and their eyes were like golden lamps as they explored the battlefield. Su Yan, the young emperor, also followed closely. The moment he saw him, his eyes were about to split open. He roared in a low voice, "Su Yan, hi, you're here." At this moment, the young emperor's eyes were filled with boundless killing intent. He would rather give up the 3 realms flower to get rid of him. Boom! Boom! Long Daesong's big hoof stepped on Su Yan's tiger escape and sped up. They were infinitely far away from the broken battlefield world. Su Yan's expression was cold. He stared at the young emperor's sinister gaze. He clenched his fists. He had to quickly recover from his injuries. Otherwise, this would be a disaster for him. You can't escape. The young emperor was like a deity from the 9 heavens. His pores exuded the most godly and holy aura. Along the way, the heavens and the earth cracked, and all kinds of terrifying divine powers were derived. They crazily suppressed Su Yan and the others, preventing them from escaping this world. Chapter 2027. Xiao Di's body was surrounded by the 9 heavens' divine light. He looked down at the vast universe, his eyes emitting a bone-chilling, killing intent. When he saw Su Yan, he had forgotten about the 3 realms flower. It was obvious that Xiao Di hated Su Yan. What a shame. What Xiao Di did not expect was to run into Su Yan here. This was not the 3 realms battlefield, but the death zone near the 3 realms mountain. Very few people would set foot here let alone in the current situation. Haha, Su Yin, you're dead meat. Xiao Di laughed angrily. His immortal force erupted. The vast world trembled violently. Countless large cracks appeared in the foggy world, pressing down on Su Yin. It was a supreme combat strength that was enough to make all living beings in the universe fall to the ground. After all, he was a young, great success, immortal king. He was extremely powerful, and his terrifying strength suppressed Su Yin and the others. In fact, if they were not in the death zone, Xiao Di could have reached Su Yin in an instant. Now that Big Goldie's foundation had declined and Su Yin was seriously injured, only Long Daesong carried them and ran. The silver armor he stepped on was even more dazzling. It was as if he was stepping on the stars of the universe, crossing mountains and rivers. Boom! As soon as they left the area, it collapsed instantly. A huge palm print appeared on the ground, whistling with the light of destruction. You can't escape, Xiao Di shouted coldly and chased after Yifu Tian. The giant handprint came again, and the world was in chaos. Many mountains were shattered, and some dangerous places were shaken. We can't go on like this. Su Yan's eyes flashed coldly. Long Daesong could use the tiger escape to avoid Xiao Di's attacks again and again. However, if this continued, the Xian people would be surrounded by immortal kings. The consequences would be unimaginable. Big Goldie chewed on some precious materials that he had prepared in advance to recuperate. However, his recovery was very slow. It would take him 3 to 5 days to recover. Go! Su Yin patted Long Daesong's big head, and its speed suddenly soared. Its big hooves stepped on the tiger evasion technique and turned into a long silver rainbow, suddenly crashing into a pitch-black primeval forest. Su Yin, you're dead for sure. Let's see where you can run to. When I catch you, I'll definitely grind your bones to dust. Xiao Di's angry laughter shook the forest, causing the trees to disintegrate. His aura skyrocketed as if he wanted to turn the forest upside down. The pitch-black forest was suddenly illuminated by the brilliance of the young emperor's divine aura. He appeared to be extremely domineering as he wanted to destroy this place and dig out Su Yan's hiding place. Chirp, chirp! Suddenly, an ear-piercing shriek exploded. The sound was penetrating and deafening. Of course, it wasn't just waves of ferocious demonic noises. There were tens of thousands of black, demonic noises exploding, deafening Xiao Di. What? Xiao Di's expression changed drastically. In the deepest part of the primeval forest, huge ancient trees were surrounded by demonic clouds. The aura was bone-chilling, and the demonic aura was oppressive. Each of the black ancient trees was like a giant pillar supporting the sky. Hundreds of black ancient trees were crawling with black insects. Each of them was as small as an ant, but the insect army was so dense that they covered tens of thousands of ancient black trees. When young Emperor's aura swept across the black bugs, it was as if an army of 1,000,000 bugs had gone berserk. Every single bug let out a sharp screech, and their bodies were covered in scales that clanged and emitted a shocking wave of energy. There were over 1,000,000 insects. Their aura was ferocious and terrifying, and they had the aura of a saint. Oh no, it's the devil insects. Run! An immortal king of the Xian people rushed over. When he saw this scene, his expression changed drastically. These were extremely rare creatures, and they all lived in groups. There were over 1,000,000 insects hibernating in a group, and when they burst out in an instant, the black tide filled the sky. It was so terrifying that it dimmed the universe. Roar! 1,000,000 insects rushed over like a black tide. Wherever they passed, the void disappeared, and all matter was eaten. Even Xiao Di's energy light was completely devoured. This scene made the Xian people's immortal king shiver. Once the devil insects burrowed into a human body, they would eat the essence of flesh and blood until not even the bones were left. If one looked closely, they would find that under the hundreds of ancient trees, there were piles of bones. There were too many experts who had fallen. Boom! 1,000,000 devil insects rushed over at an extremely fast speed. In the blink of an eye, they were in front of Xiao Di and the others. Don't panic. It's just a group of insects. Kill them. Xiaodi's entire body was majestic. After a short awakening, blood essence rushed out of his pores and shook the primeval forest. After all, he was a great success, immortal king. The supreme rules of order that he emitted caused the insect army to explode. The powerful ones wanted to destroy the entire insect army and destroy all the devil insects. Roar! Suddenly, a roar shook the sky. The Xian people's immortal kings trembled and vomited blood. They were about to shatter. Xiaodi's eyes widened. He saw fist-sized insects rising from behind the insect army. There were a total of 3 devil insects, spewing chaotic air and emitting an extremely ferocious aura. Immortal King-level devil insects. Xiaodi was shocked. There were 3 devil insects. Only God knew how many cultivators' blood essence they had devoured to transform into immortal kings. They had lived for too long. When they attacked together, their sharp roars made Xiaodi's blood boil. Let's go. The immortal king of the immortal race roared in a low voice. This thing was too difficult to kill. However, once they went crazy, even the great success immortal kings were terrified. Xiaodi felt that his blood essence was going to flow backward and be devoured by the 3 immortal king-level insects. Su Yin was also troubled. This place was too dangerous. One careless mistake, and they would die. Devil insects were extremely ferocious creatures. They fed on flesh and blood, and their growth was extremely slow. They were really lucky to have encountered 3 devil insects. Of course, it was also a miracle that these things could breed immortal kings. This was also due to the special environment of the 3 realms battlefield, which could breed monsters similar to devil insects. Rumble. Long Day Song instantly ran away. They also attracted the attention of the 3 immortal king-level insects. Su Yan's scalp went numb. He felt that he had been targeted by the most treacherous creatures in the world. However, it was obvious that the 3 devil insects were looking at Xiaodi again. To them, once they devoured the essence of Xiaodi's body, it would be enough to accelerate their growth. Bastard! Xiaodi was about to go crazy. The insect army charged at them, but only a few of them charged at Su Yan. Go! They could only run. The Immortal King-level devil insects were too ferocious. The energy they released was all eaten. If they really fought, they would definitely suffer. They could only temporarily avoid them. At this moment, Su Yin and the others were being chased by no less than 10,000 devil insects. The forbidden-level devil insects suddenly rushed at them. Long Day Song growled and raised its huge hoof to stomp these disgusting insects to death. Rumble. The sky and earth exploded. Long Day Song's hoof quickly enlarged and fell from the sky. At least thousands of devil insects were trampled on. However, these insects were too tenacious. The forbidden devil insects' bodies were simply immortal. Clanging sounds could be heard, but they were not crushed. Su Yin was speechless. The vitality of these insects was a little ridiculous. No wonder Xiao Di ran away. It seemed that it was too difficult to get rid of Immortal King-level devil insects. Daesong, let's go. Ignore them. Su Yin urged. Long Daesong stepped on Tiger Escape and rushed away from the primitive forest. The moment they rushed here, Su Yin was shocked. He found that they were close to the broken three-world mountain. The ancient world was dark, like a huge monster at the end of the horizon. They were less than 10,000 miles away. Big Goldie was shocked. It was as if its power was suppressed. It also felt suffocated and uncomfortable. Especially the Guangong saber, which was trembling, could not recover its original power. The suppression of the fake Emperor weapon was so fierce. One could imagine that once the Emperor weapon was used, it would be suppressed by the three-world mountain. The place where the three worlds once converged, the three-world mountain. It was suddenly damaged, but it was still the most powerful forbidden zone in the 3 realms. They stared into the depths of the pitch-black mountains and rivers. They could see the chaos sea, and they could see all the things in the universe in ruins. It was as though they could see major worlds breaking apart one after another. The scene was shocking and made Su Yan's hair stand on end. This place was too dangerous. Legend said that even emperors would find it difficult to enter the depths of the three-world mountain. It was said that there were emperors who had fallen and died there. Smack! Long Daesong waved its big hoof and smashed a disgusting bug that was gnawing on its golden scales. Long Daesong panted heavily and growled continuously. Even though it was powerful and mighty, it seemed extremely small before the huge monster in front of it. Boom! Just as they were paying attention to the three-world mountain, the silent, mysterious jar gradually moved. My guess is correct. The destination is the three-world mountain. Suyin took out the jar given to him by Dao Shui. It was covered with complicated seals. As it shook, the substance sealed within started to move. At first, the movement was not too big. However, a strange effect gradually appeared. It was like the pulsation of the heavens. In an instant, the jar was about to split open. The entire world was shaking. "It's reviving on its own," Suyin cried out. The jar flew up as if it had turned into an invincible emperor weapon and pointed at the three-world mountain. Boom! In an instant, the pitch-black three-world mountain started to shake. It was like a slumbering, chaotic demon god was awakening. It emitted a terrifying aura. Big Goldie's hair stood on end. It was so powerful that his body was about to explode. He cried out in shock. After all, he was a celestial king. Yet, he was about to be crushed by the might of the three-world mountain. In an instant, the mysterious jar emitted a golden radiance and stood there, isolating the pressure of the three-world mountain. However, the chaos of the three-world mountain caused a series of deadly places nearby to rumble and shake. It was so terrifying that it was like the end of the world. The entire world was covered in blood. It was ferocious and brutal. Roar! Shrill screams echoed in more than a dozen places of death. This world was stained with blood. At least a dozen terrifying creatures had died. These must be evil creatures similar to devil worms. They were killed directly by the three-world mountain. Su Yin and the others felt chills down their spines. They approached the mysterious jar closely, worried that they would be killed. Chapter 2028. The killing power that originated from the three-world mountain was unimaginable. More than a dozen places were filled with blood. The smell of blood was pungent and disgusting. Long Daesong was stunned. Those dead creatures were definitely not ordinary. They were definitely the same type of creature as the devil worm. How powerful was the damaged three-world mountain? It vaguely rushed out of the sea of chaos. There is also the scene of the universe being destroyed. It was exuding an aura of destruction. However, no matter how powerful the aura from the three-world mountain was, the golden jar was supreme. It isolated everything and allowed Su Yin and the others to have a foothold. They were not affected. However, Su Yin could feel that once they left the mysterious jar, their bodies and souls would be instantly destroyed. Boom! Suddenly, the ripples flowing from the depths of the three-world mountain became even more violent. The chaos in the sky collapsed. An extremely powerful force was emitted. The three-world mountain, which was feared by the world, started to shake. It was as if the sleeping celestial emperor was awakening. It emitted an invincible power and suppressed the three-world mountain. Big Goldie was dumbfounded. Suppressing the three-world mountain? Who would dare to believe it? However, how could they understand the scene they were seeing now? The damaged three-world mountain returned to silence. It was as if it had become an ordinary mountain and land. It no longer emitted any dangerous aura. Boom! The next moment, a terrifying wave surged from the depths of the three-world mountain. It tore apart the universe. A figure appeared. He stood at the peak of the three-world mountain. It was as if he stood at the peak of the three-world mountain, overlooking the entire space. It was as if he was the world's most terrifying and invincible celestial emperor. They clearly saw his face clearly and remembered it all. However, when they looked back, they realized that they could not remember anything. The blood in Su Yan's body was trembling. The mysterious jar had a special resonance with that figure. Then, the supreme substance in the jar was left behind by him. It's the master of the celestial court. Su Yan's eyes widened. Was that his body? Or was it a brand left behind in the three-world mountain a long time ago? He had unexpectedly found traces of the master of the celestial court. He had once been to the three-world mountain and might have even fought here. The imprint he had left behind had not dissipated even after so many years. Now, it had appeared on its own. Gradually, the mysterious jar returned to its dormant state and did not enter. On the other hand, the shadow that appeared from the depths of the three-world mountain gradually dimmed and soon disappeared without a trace. This world returned to normal. This made Big Gold lose control and say, "Gone. How could it be gone?" Just now, the three-world mountain completely stopped working. We can go in and get the fortune that even emperors can only dream of. Su Yin grabbed the mysterious jar. With a solemn expression, he placed it in his inner world. Immediately after, Big Goldie was shocked. The pressure of the three-world mountain was greatly reduced. In fact, the weakened domain was gradually recovering, but the process was not fast. Big Goldie's eyes flashed with excitement. He roared, "This is a good chance, Su Yin. The energy domain of the three-world mountain has almost fallen to the valley. We can go in and explore. Let's hurry up and recover and go in our strongest state. Based on the previous power, I estimate that the three-world mountain will return to its original state in 3 months' time." With no pursuers at the moment, Su Yin found a place to hide. Fortunately, the young emperor and the others did not notice what happened just now. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. It was very likely that the emperors would attack the three-world mountain. Once this level of fortune was involved, even the emperors would not be able to sit still. "I'm about to become a pauper." Su Yin cursed in his heart. He used the stealing heaven art to steal the energy of heaven and earth and flowed it into his body to heal. However, Su Yin discovered it too late. The primordial qi in this area was extremely thin. Moreover, as he used the stealing heaven art to the extreme, he vaguely discovered that the incomplete three-world mountain was like an unimaginable dark whirlpool, stealing the energy of heaven and earth. Su Yin was shocked. A treasure trove that had not been opened for a long time must have nurtured many rare treasures. If he could conquer it, it would be a great opportunity. It is said that the three-world mountain is a place that leads to the outside of the three-world. Big Goldie's shocking words made Su Yin gasp. Could this be the final trace of the master of the celestial court? He left the three-world mountain through the three-world mountain? Of course, this was just a rumor. It was said that there was an emperor who was suspected to have died in the three-world mountain. He did not die in the three-world mountain, but went outside of the three-world mountain, never to return. In the vast universe, the three-world mountain stood. The place of intersection was the core of the universe. The rumor might be true. How could I forget about this? Su Yin slapped his head in annoyance and said irritably, "Just now, the three-world mountain shook and the creatures in more than 10 danger zones were killed. This is a great opportunity to explore the treasure trove. Quick!" Big Goldie's body shook as he called for them to set out immediately. Long Day Song roared in excitement. He carried Su Yin and set out quickly, sprinting into a swamp filled with black blood. A black crocodile. This is the legendary black blood divine crocodile. This is an evil creature that can only be born in the filth of heaven and earth. After exploring the depths of this world, Big Goldie was shocked. He looked at the huge black crocodile's body that was at least 10,000 feet long. It was already dead. Its body had collapsed, and its primordial spirit had been completely extinguished. Su Yin wiped off his cold sweat. The terror of the three-world mountain was once again deeply ingrained in his heart. Long Day Song smelled the black blood divine crocodile's flesh and immediately vomited. It was too smelly. Its flesh and blood cannot be eaten. It contains poisonous substances. Big Goldie commented, "This creature is extremely unlucky, a great evil creature. Let's look around and see if we can find anything." They searched inside and out, making great discoveries. The black blood divine crocodile was fond of filthy things. On the contrary, it loathed divine substances. There were a few rare, wondrous medicines growing in its nest, all of them no less than 1,000,000 years old. Stalk after stalk of divine precious medicine made Su Yin roar with laughter. He impatiently swallowed one stalk. It had to be said that this stalk of medicine was too world-shocking. It contained a huge amount of pure energy, making Su Yan's body that was riddled with scars become surging with heat. Su Yan's miserable body was nourished. The process was too comfortable, his entire body releasing multicolored light, feeling warm. Even his declining qi and blood quickly flourished. These 5 stalks of divine precious medicine, each one's value is unimaginable, comparable to several million gene of immortal source. Big Goldie also gasped. The effects of these things were even more ridiculous than the Immortal King regeneration pill. This proved their value. For immortal kings, they could even strengthen their cultivation. Su Yin nodded in agreement. He didn't dare waste any time, having to finish exploring the nearby danger zone as soon as possible. Soon, they approached the second land of peril. More than 100 creatures had died here. Even Big Goldie couldn't identify their specific origins, but he noticed a divine ancient tree among them. It was gushing with the divine light of the Great Path. This was a natural supreme treasure tree, its value comparable. Su Yan's entire body was covered in thick, innate energy, as if he was undergoing a world-shocking baptism. A spiritual root of heaven and earth. Unfortunately, the fruit it nurtured was eaten. This thing's value is second only to Emperor Medicine, a supreme treasure. When it grows, it will definitely be an innate great Tao fruit. Big Goldie laughed loudly. This trip was truly unexpected. The creatures in more than 10 danger zones had all been wiped out. They explored along the way, digging out large amounts of good things. They obtained 30 to 40 stalks of ancient medicine. These were all divine, precious medicines, greatly beneficial to giants, not to mention Su Yin. These things were placed in an auction, and even immortal kings would bid for the Li. After all, in the current environment, it was quite difficult to nurture divine, precious medicines that immortal kings needed. The growth of immortal kings was originally extremely slow, needing a long time to accumulate before they could break through. After several days, Su Yan's injuries were basically healed. His body was even more powerful and blazing, extremely close to the peak of Emperor Tao. Moreover, large amounts of divine, precious medicine essence were stored in his flesh. It was a treasured saber forged from black gold. It was dug out from a dangerous place. Big Goldie bit off a chunk and chewed it. He quickly passed the period of weakness, and his body was filled with undying energy. Suddenly, Su Yin, who was exploring the final danger zone, felt a chill all over his body. He had a premonition of great danger, especially when Tiger Escape was rumbling on its own. How did they come so quickly and even found us directly? Let's go. Su Yan's expression darkened. They quickly retreated. Boom! This was a terrifying giant hand descending from the sky, shattering this piece of land and almost smashing onto Su Yin and the others. Lucky Bug, you're really good at escaping. Xing Yun sneered. He actually recovered and stood at the peak domain level. He raised his hand again and unleashed a supreme law-killing technique, sweeping towards Su Yin and the others. Big Goldie waved his Guangong blade and split the law of order pressing down on him. His golden eyes quickly looked around. Su Yan's expression darkened. In the distant world, one after another, terrifying great beings with terrifying auras rose up. The Xian people and the Starry Sky Emperor race had sent a total of 5 immortal kings, plus 2 great success immortal kings. The sky was filled with murderous intent. Su Yin, you won't be able to escape. Surrender. Xing Yun walked over with a smile. Thanks to young Emperor urgently borrowing his power, he was sent to the 3 realms sky well to recuperate. Su Yin, I'm so happy to see you again. Young Emperor smiled with his hands behind his back and said, How long can you struggle for? We've completely sealed off your escape route. If you run any further, you'll reach the 3 realms mountain. You won't be able to come back, even if you have 10 lives. Xing Yun carried the divine shield and used it to find Su Yan's hiding place. Su Yan's eyes turned cold. He didn't expect Xingyin to be able to activate some of the divine shield's power. I didn't expect an emperor like me to be treated like this. Su Yan's cold eyes scanned these people and said, Xian people and the Starry Sky Emperor race. You two great emperor races mobilized 7 immortal kings to kill me. This is ridiculous. Then you should be even more grateful. Young emperor replied coldly. Su Yan, I'll give you a chance. Surrender, and I'll let your mount leave. No, it must die. Xingyun's face turned cold. 2 of his race's immortal kings had been crushed by Long Daesong. This was a great debt of blood, and he had to kill Long Daesong. Then I have no choice. Su Yan, this is your fate. Young emperor sneered. Of course, as long as you cooperate, you may live in the future. The 7 immortal kings stood in all directions, one after another like an immortal furnace, emitting a power that made one despair. Even an immortal king would be frightened by such a lineup, let alone an emperor. Let's go. Su Yan, who was sitting on Long Daesong's back, stomped his legs, and Long Daesong instantly sprinted forward. You still want to run? Su Yan, if you can escape this time, I'll change my surname to yours. Young emperor shouted coldly. They had already reached a certain level. How could they let Su Yan escape? The 7 immortal kings joined forces and attacked in an instant. However, just as this terrifying scene was about to overwhelm Su Yan and the other 2, Su Yan's tiger escape technique suddenly erupted. It carried Su Yan and the other 2 and crossed the distance at lightning speed. Young emperor's expression changed drastically. Su Yan and the other's destination was the 3-world mountain. No, come back. Xingyun's eyes widened in anger. Did they pay such a huge price just to kill Su Yan and the others? That was impossible. Young emperor was also furious. Even if Su Yan fell into a land of death, he would kill him. However, they were too decisive. They kept approaching the broken 3-world mountain. Whether it was the Xian people or the immortal kings of the Starry Sky Emperor race, they were all terrified. Who would dare to go? Who would dare to enter a land of death? Not to mention chasing Su Yan, they did not even have the courage to go near the 3-world mountain. Young emperor, I don't have an unfilial son like you. Su Yan replied. The 7 immortal kings had blocked the way, so they could only explore the 3-world mountain in advance. Chapter 3. There's another chapter at night. Chapter 2029. Su Yan, come back. Let's talk. The young emperor's eyes were bloodshot as he screamed. This was the most dangerous place in the universe. Who would dare to trespass? The death rate of immortal kings was ridiculous. Once one stepped in, the chances of coming out alive were too slim. Moreover, Su Yan was only an emperor. There were no immortal kings among them. How could he come out alive? The young emperor was going crazy. The 3 realms flower was lost, and the enemy he wanted to kill the most had also chosen to die. He hated it. He wanted to capture Su Yan personally and bring him to the Xian people. Unfortunately, Su Yan didn't give him the chance and rushed into the 3 realms mountain. Bastard! Xingyun roared in anger. 2 immortal kings of his race had died tragically. So what if they killed Su Yan? What they wanted was the burial ground, the mystic arts, and the inheritance of the human emperor's scripture. What was the use of a dead person? Not to mention that they didn't kill him with their own hands. The Xian people and the immortal kings of the Starry Sky Emperor race were dumbfounded. They didn't expect Su Yan and the other 2 to rush into the death trap so decisively. It seemed that this person also felt that there was no hope. After all, there were 2 grand completion immortal kings and 5 other immortal kings here. Who would be able to endure such a lineup and situation? Xingyun, you useless piece of trash. You can't even suppress Su Yan. Useless. The young emperor roared in anger. He blamed Xingyun for being useless. If he had suppressed Su Yan with that attack just now, he wouldn't have fallen into the death trap. Young emperor, Xingyun's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. He was furious and exuded monstrous killing intent. He shouted, Did I give you face? I don't know who suffered because of Su Yan again and again. How long do you have to live? Boom. The young emperor's aura was violent. He wanted to fight Xingyun. He was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. There was no hope of finding the 3 realms flower. Now, Su Yin, who the Xian people wanted to capture, was dead. Calm down. The experts of the two families smiled bitterly. Since things have already come to this, what's the point of continuing to make a fuss? The storm that has been stirred up these past few days isn't small. Once the experts of the other families find out about this, it won't be a small matter. That's right. We should deal with the aftermath quickly. Su Yan's death is not a small matter. Someone spoke out directly with a cold expression. Starry Sky Cloud was enraged, and Xiao Di roared in exasperation. Their cold eyes stared at the pitch-black three-world mountain. They could no longer find Su Yan's figure. Furthermore, they could not see anything inside. Only by stepping into the three-world mountain could they come into contact with the universe's strongest forbidden zone. If we don't say anything, who would know that Su Yan has died? An immortal king from the Starry Sky Emperor race coldly spoke. Even if the Grand Immortal Elder's methods are heaven-defying, he wouldn't be able to find out where Su Yan died. In any case, this matter is already over. Su Yan has already died. This is good for us. Xiao Di's expression changed slightly, and a trace of malice flashed in his eyes. Yes, other than them, no one knew that Su Yan had died in the three-world mountain. Xingyun. Xiao Di's attitude softened a lot. He smiled coldly. The space-time emperor really doesn't care about our feelings. Xingyun snorted. He hated the Grand Immortal Elder to the core. He would never forget what happened back then. It was the biggest stain in his glorious history. However, the Grand Immortal Elder was the space-time emperor after all. He did not dare to complain. He said coldly, "If you have something to say, say it." Xiao Di walked over with a sinister expression. He said coldly, "What do you think the Grand Immortal Elder will do if he knows that his beloved disciple has died in the three-world mountain?" His words sent a chill down Xingyun's spine. He had goosebumps all over his body. Xiao Di was too vicious. He was like the most vicious snake in the world. The Grand Immortal Elder was his disciple. However, Xiao Di wanted to use Su Yan's death to force the Grand Immortal Elder to go to the three-world mountain. The celestial kings from the two clans broke out in cold sweat. This was the space-time emperor, one of the pillars of the celestial realm. Every emperor was a pillar of the celestial realm. The fall of one of them would be a great loss. Xiao Di smiled sinisterly. This old thing did not have long to live anyway. If his only disciple died, the space-time emperor would not stand by and do nothing. You have a point, but the Grand Immortal Elder would not be stupid enough to go to the three-world mountain. Xingyun frowned. Haha, but what if the experts of the Dark World know that the dying space-time emperor is going to the three-world mountain to find Su Yan? Xiao Di's tone was unusually sinister. Your idea is too crazy. Starry Sky Cloud shivered as he felt the young emperor's sinister gaze. It made him shudder. He thought to himself that he should stay away from Xiao Di. Although he hated the space-time emperor, he would not do something so crazy. Xiao Di was too bold to use the Dark World power to plot against an emperor. You coward. You were punished so badly by the Grand Immortal Elder that you did not even give face to your clan's emperor. Xiao Di's eyes flashed coldly. He said disdainfully, "Get lost if you're afraid. I'll plan this myself." Xingyun wanted to curse. F***CK, your ancestors. Soon, Xingyun had a bad feeling. Xiao Di and the others were looking at him with a dangerous gaze. Once this was done, it had to be flawless. They would not allow any information to leak. Otherwise, Xiao Di would be in a passive position. Don't worry, Xingyun. As long as you don't say anything and keep your mouth shut. Xiao Di said coldly. Fine. Xingyun gritted his teeth. Xiao Di, you're really ruthless. I'll pretend that I don't know what I'm doing. Of course, they would not spread the news in a short time. No matter how weak Su Yan was, he could hold on for a while. They had to seal the exit. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At this moment, Su Yan and the others had fallen into the broken three-world mountain. They were faced with an irresistible force that suppressed them. Su Yan screamed miserably, feeling dizzy. In the next moment, Su Yan was stunned. There were too many corpses on the ground. He was shocked. Fortunately, the pressure of the three-world mountain was greatly reduced. Otherwise, they would have been reduced to bones. This is the three-world mountain. He stood up. The mountain was as dark as ink, and he could not see the end of it. It rippled with ancient ferocious power and reverberated with the aura of destruction. It was very intimidating. There was a ridiculous amount of gravity between heaven and earth, causing Su Yin to feel suffocated and unbearable. Big Goldie, on the other hand, was in a better state. Its golden eyes scanned its surroundings. This area was relatively desolate, and there were no flowers or plants. There's no energy or matter here. Big Goldie was shocked. He said, "Let's go quickly. The Three-World Mountain's ferocious power will grow stronger day by day. We have to hurry before the Three-World Mountain reaches its strongest state to harvest some fortunes and bring them back." They quickly moved on, not daring to waste a moment. There was no hope of crossing the void. Even powerful immortal kings were suppressed. However, after walking for about 100 miles, they felt tired. The vigorous energy in their bodies began to slowly drain away. Su Yan's eyes flashed with shock. The speed of the drain was increasing. The deeper they went, the stronger the devouring power of heaven and earth. What a strange place. I can't even feel how my divine power is draining away. Big Goldie was shocked. If the Three-World Mountain was at its peak, this ridiculous devouring power might be able to suck immortal kings dry. Su Yan's expression was serious. No one knew how big the Three-World Mountain was. How long would it take to reach the depths? They had already walked for 1,000 miles. They were all mentally exhausted. Their mouths were dry, and their heads were heavy. They tried to find some treasures, but they did not find anything. Su Yan was a bit anxious. How far did they have to go? There was almost no goal. They could only continue forward. However, the divine power in their bodies was draining faster. Su Yan was gasping for breath. His face was pale. He could no longer walk. He could only sit on Long Daesung's back. Long Daesung was also sweating profusely. Its big hooves stomped on the ground, and it was panting heavily. It was difficult to advance. Su Yan took out a divine precious medicine and had Long Daesung eat a piece. This was a precious medicine that was extremely useful to immortal kings. Long Daesung's body was quickly filled with De Li's energy. It let out a low roar, shook its head, and began to advance happily. Su Yan was not willing to eat it. He lay on Long Daesung's back and looked at the dark sky. He could still hold on. Although they had obtained a large amount of divine precious medicine, it was unclear how long this path would take. They would save as much as they could. They crossed over many large mountains and encountered many skeletons along the way. Countless cultivators had died here. They had gotten used to it. Soon, they approached a large black plain. It was so terrifying that Su Yan trembled. So heavy, Su Yan grimaced. This kind of gravity could only be withstood by oneself. Any treasures would lose their effectiveness. Big Goldie also felt that his body was heavy. He said in shock, "Do you see those skeletons? There are many immortal kings' bones. This is the burial ground of immortal kings. If not for the fact that the Three-World Mountains might have decreased, we would not have been able to get close." Su Yan ate a piece of divine, precious medicine. It was like a dry desert that had received sweet dew. His body felt warm, and he recovered a lot of his vitality. If not for the fact that we obtained these precious medicines before coming, we would not have been able to stay in the Three-World Mountain for long. Su Yan said while panting, "We have already walked for 3 days and 3 nights, and there is still no sight. Is there really a treasure in the Three-World Mountain?" Roar. Suddenly, Long Daesung roared. The scales all over its body made a clanging sound. Its body revealed De Li's energy, and the horns on its forehead were shining. The pressure was increasing without limit. Big Goldie also continuously stimulated the blood energy in his body to resist. At this time, Su Yan realized that this kind of heaviness that originated from the heavens and earth was targeted according to one's strength. He could barely withstand it, but the energy in his body was being drained faster and faster. Su Yan even had the thought of retreating. They could not continue like this. They had already consumed 3 divine, precious medicines, but the depth of the plains was at least 100,000 li. How long would they have to walk? Su Yan's face sank. He suddenly took out the tiger evasion technique. The evasion technique was shining. The intensity was huge, and it was even more shocking than the divine evasion technique. It cannot be a man-made killing trap. Could it be that there were other evasion techniques in the outer regions of the three-world mountain? Vaguely, Su Yin felt a fatal temptation. It made his blood energy swell. His physique could not help but erupt. He also started to use the mystic 9 evasion technique. It was as if he had opened his heavenly eyes. In an instant, he saw the end of the plains. What is that? Is it a living creature or an expert of the mystic gate? Or an expert of the human world? Su Yin exclaimed. He could faintly see an extremely imposing figure occupying the end of the plains. It was as imposing as the ancestor of the earth. It was emitting a kind of call, calling Su Yin over. Chapter 2030. It was a world without light, a vast black plain. The group advanced with great difficulty. Every once in a while, they would have to consume a stalk of divine, precious medicine. This caused Su Yin and the others to feel pained. These things were extremely beneficial to immortal kings, and they were wasted one stalk after another just like that. Even though they unexpectedly obtained them, they had already consumed 10 stalks. If they didn't obtain anything from this trip, the price they paid would be too great. 10 days and 10 nights passed. Su Yin was drowsy, his lips chapped. Long Day Song had become much thinner. His bold and powerful body was dim and lusterless. He was breathing heavily. This was a type of torture, as if he was walking in hell, his life essence constantly flowing away. Su Yin, I've almost finished the furnace of suppression. Do you have any other treasures on you? Big Goldie was about to cry. If this continued, he would eat his own clothes. Su Yin's eyes flashed with ruthlessness. He was exceptionally irritable. Persevere, persevere. There is no turning back. No wonder even the emperors in the outer regions encountered great danger. If Three-World Mountain was at its peak, we would have died here a long time ago. After paying such a great price, how could they be willing to go back the way they came? They felt that they were about to reach the end of the Black Plain. Perhaps if they passed through this great plain, they would be able to approach Three-World Mountain's core region. The world was silent. The long road was difficult to advance. The tiger releases, trembling, became greater and greater. This escape armor was about to fly out and rush into the end of the Great Plain. The plain was vast. They followed the tiger releases' path forward. Along the way, the number of corpses became fewer and fewer. The number of experts who could reach this place was truly limited. Su Yin's entire body was weak. Even lifting a finger was extremely strenuous. He silently chewed on a piece of divine, precious medicine. His body recovered some strength as he gazed at the end of the plain. They were already close to their destination. The area the tiger release led them to was a bit hazy. Soon after, they approached. Su Yin felt as if he had come into contact with hope. The world in front of them was extremely heavy, as if a great world was pressing down on their hearts. Su Yin, is there anything special about this place? Big Goldie asked weakly. He couldn't see any clues. It was as if they had arrived at the edge of a cliff. The road ahead was completely broken. If they wanted to explore the interior, they had to take a detour. Buzz! The tiger escape armor glowed with a blazing silver light. The runes on the escaping armor began to rotate and rearrange themselves. A silver vertical eye appeared above the tiger evasion, illuminating the thick earth in front of him. This world was changing, and it was somewhat strange and outrageous. Look! Big Goldie's eyes widened. He felt that the heavy soil had turned into a simple and unadorned stone book. He even felt that the book was somewhat familiar, but he couldn't remember where he had seen it before. Su Yin frowned. He had thought that the tiger release would bring them inside, but unfortunately, it didn't. He scratched his head. The ancient stone book was very large, simple, and unadorned. There were no words or words on it. Long Day Song raised its hand to grab the stone book, but the book was too heavy. Even after using all of its strength, it still couldn't move it at all. Big Goldie also tried, but even immortal kings couldn't move it to the extent where they couldn't even open it. This made him widen his eyes. Could it be that only monarch-level experts could open this book? Let me do it. Su Yin waved his hand for them, to retreat. Since it was a stone book of the occult sect, it could only be opened by the occult sect's Tao arts. Buzz! Su Yan's body blazed. In an instant, he activated the occult sect's 9 escape techniques. The 9 escape techniques appeared in the air and struck the ancient stone book in an instant. It moved. Big Goldie laughed in surprise. He saw the stone book tremble slightly. This was a great fortune that monarch-level experts had never obtained. However, what made Big Goldie stunned was that this huge stone book lying at the end of the plane only trembled a few times before it became completely still again. Then, there was no more movement. Su Yan's face darkened slightly. It couldn't be opened? He tried to open it with the tiger escape armor, but it couldn't be opened. Time passed bit by bit. With every breath that passed, a large amount of life essence would be lost in their bodies. Long Day Song was a little irritable. It felt that if this continued, it would cause fatal damage to its foundation. Su Yan's head was about to explode. He tried many methods, but they couldn't open it. He was very anxious. Big Goldie was also very anxious and weak. That's right. Su Yan's eyes lit up slightly. He took out the heaven-opening writing brush. The heaven-opening writing brush was passed down from the celestial court. However, no one knew where it came from. This item was a supreme treasure of the occult sect. It could be used to inscribe the power of heaven and earth with the help of the heaven-opening writing brush. Su Yan used the heaven-opening writing brush to inscribe the occult sect's 9 escape techniques on the stone book. As expected, the more escape techniques he inscribed, the more the stone book trembled. When the 9 escape techniques were completely inscribed, this stone book that had been silent for a long time suddenly shone with divine light. It caused the vast black plane to tremble as if it was about to explode. "It's open!" Big Goldie roared. The ancient book was like a huge stone door. As it opened, it rumbled and crushed the sky. When the stone book was fully opened, it was as if a world of immortals had been opened. A resplendent divine light rushed out of the stone book and shone on Su Yan, who was holding the heaven-opening writing brush. In an instant, Su Yan's body trembled violently. His heaven burial avatar was resurrected, and the scripture he cultivated also began to operate on its own. This seemed to be a test for the inheritor, judging his origin and ensuring that the inheritance was given to a powerhouse in the human world. Su Yan was too suitable. He had the heaven burial avatar and had also cultivated the emperor's scripture and the extreme yin and extreme yang heavenly arts. These were the strongest inheritances in the human world. The light emitted by the ancient stone book became brighter and brighter. A figure vaguely appeared in the stone book. It was as imposing as the ancestor of the earth, and its aura was terrifying beyond compare. "Ancestor of the earth, immortals!" Big Goldie exclaimed and lost control. "Ancestor of the earth, immortals? Could it be that he has fallen here? What's an ancestor of the earth, immortals?" Su Yan also exclaimed. This terrifying and blurry figure gave him a great shock. Was this the ancestor of the occult sect? He was entrenched in the small world of the stone book and had great achievements. Big Goldie's understanding of the ancestor of the earth immortals was extremely limited because the time and space he lived in was too ancient. It belonged to the same era as the human emperor. Back then, no war had broken out in the 3 realms. It was not strange for the Lord of the Earth Immortals to appear in the 3-World Mountain. After all, the 3-World Mountain was the core of the 3 realms in ancient times. It was the place where the emperors gathered. An ancient antique that was so ancient that it was difficult to trace its glory made Su Yan turn pale with fright. How many years ago was this? Big Goldie had only heard of it. Legend had it that the Lord of the Earth Immortals accompanied the origin of the human world. Suddenly, the 3 of them were somewhat out of control and stepped into the world of the stone book. Ha ha ha! Su Yan laughed heartily because the essence in the space of the stone book was too vast. It was surging as if they had fallen into the source of the earth. Big Goldie also laughed excitedly. This kind of energy substance was too high-end. It was formed after a long time and emitted an intoxicating fragrance. It was like the opening of a jar of wine that had been precipitated for hundreds of millions of years. In the world of the stone book, auspicious clouds rose, and the divine light was vast. The world was very big. The stars were bright, and the earth was boundless. It was vast and majestic, as if it was a world nurtured by the heavens. Moreover, in the core region of the world, there was an ancient well that was glowing. It spewed out auspicious clouds that filled the sky. The divine power that had been precipitated was unimaginable. It surged violently, and even emitted the rumbling sound of a tsunami. The atrium of the three-world, Suyin, we're rich. The energy inside has been precipitated for a long time. The energy substance is countless times more terrifying than the atrium of the three-world of the Xian people. Big Goldie was overwhelmed with emotions. The substance in the well, auspicious clouds bloomed, and divine light rained down. Long Day Song stuck its head out and sucked in a mouthful of the sweet energy juice. It was as if it had swallowed the milk of the earth that had been precipitated for hundreds of millions of years. The Long Day Song's essence and blood were surging. "Oh, Long Day Song!" cried out happily. The declining blood and qi in its body were quickly replenished. Its dim body burned brightly once again. Suyin grinned. They were really lucky. Perhaps the depletion of energy in the outer region of the three-world mountain had something to do with the stone book. The substance that had been precipitated here was unimaginable. It was enough to support the development of a tribe. The source of the earth that has been precipitated for a long time. Suyin, I might be able to use this opportunity to reach a new height. Big Goldie seriously tasted the energy substance in the atrium of the three-world. His words surprised Suyin. If Big Goldie could tear through the checkpoint, he would be a great success immortal king expert. When that day came, Big Goldie might be invincible among those below the monarch realm. Suyin greedily absorbed the energy. Soon, he was full of energy and stood at the peak. Suyin's eyes flashed with cold lightning. He looked at the bright, starry sky. The moment the tiger release shone, the starry sky suddenly changed. There were billions of stars in the vast galaxy. The stars in the heavens rotated in unison. It was as if an ancient great emperor had awakened from his slumber. 9 releases. Suyin faced the sky and laughed uproariously. His eyes stared at the gigantic releases in the starry sky. There were 9 releases hidden within them. Back then, the Starry Sky Emperor must have barged into the world of the Stone Book and paid a huge price to obtain 2 of the great releases. Other than the divine release controlled by the Starry Sky Cloud, the remaining 8 were all gathered here. Boom! Suyin tossed out the tiger release. At the instant the 8 great releases gathered, the vast ancient star region became even more terrifying. It was as if the gods of the heavens were born, exuding a heavenly might that could shake the ancient times. Suyin sighed. With the convergence of the 8 releases, he obtained the 8 great releases of the Mystic Gate's 9 great releases. This was a heaven-defying opportunity, a supreme treasure of the three-world mountain that was lost in the mortal world. Suyin's eyes flashed with coldness. He roared, "Big Goldie, let's go. We will slaughter our way out now. I believe the Starry Sky Cloud won't be able to withstand the 8 releases. At that time, I will grasp the Mystic Gate's 9 releases. I can be considered the strongest inheritor of the Mystic Gate's generation." This was a peerless belief. Once the 9 great releases were gathered, the Mystic Gate's glorious moment would arrive, spreading the Tao in the starry sky, controlling the universe's power. This was simply an unparalleled foundation. This made Suyin extremely excited. He faced the sky and laughed. Once the 9 great releases are combined, it will be the strongest supreme treasure of the Mystic Gate. I believe it will be peerless. Big Goldie picked his ear and asked, "Suyin, can you find a way back?" Suyin was stunned. He realized that he was happy too early. The world of the Stone Book was a whole by itself. There was no passage to the outside world. How to get out was a big problem. Suyin frowned. His figure stood tall in the ancient starry sea world as he searched around. Soon, he caught sight of the membrane of the Stone Book world, which was densely covered with endless and mysterious words. These words spoke of the glorious inheritance of the strange gate. Once cultivated and grasped, one could be considered the inheritor of the earth's immortal ancestor and seize the mysteries of heaven and earth. The more Su Yin looked, the more shocked he was. This inheritance was too amazing. He just realized that although he had grasped the Mystic Gate's 9 releases, it was the supreme inheritance of the Mystic Gate that contained the mysteries of heaven. Open heaven and earth scripture. Su Yin was silent for 10 days and 10 nights. He grasped the essence of the scripture and exclaimed in his heart, "This is the open heaven and earth scripture. It is definitely a peerless heavenly art. This is also the complete open heaven and earth scripture of the 10 great open heaven scriptures. I never thought that I, Su Yin, would obtain such a great opportunity in the incomplete 3-world mountain and obtain the supreme inheritance of the Mystic Gate." Su Yin exclaimed, "The 9 release series supreme treasures, the open heaven and earth scripture, the 3-world courtyard, and the mysterious world of the stone book. In short, the harvest of this trip was enough to make even monarchs jealous." Chapter 2031. Su Yin sat cross-legged in the center of the starry sky. His body was surrounded by nebulas that were filled with a sacred aura. His body gradually shone with divine light, as if he was the focal point of the starry sky. Around him, the 8 great hidden armors were arranged in a circle. Each of them contained the supreme mysteries of the heavens. They resonated with the mysteries of the strange gates that Su Yin emitted. Boom! In an instant, the entire starry sky became even more resplendent, as if it had turned into an awakened starry sky dragon. Unparalleled brilliance flowed out and shone on Su Yan's figure. Suddenly, Su Yan's body changed. He became huge and seemed to have become one with this world. It was as if the starry sky had turned into a great robe that draped over Su Yan's body. It made him look like a great emperor of the starry sky. Open heaven and earth scripture contained the great mysteries of heaven and earth and gathered the great power of the universe. If one could comprehend this scripture, it would be equivalent to the birth of the ancestor of heaven and earth. One could easily grasp the great power of heaven and earth. This scripture was different from mortal sovereign scripture. Mortal sovereign scripture cultivated one's own body, but open heaven and earth scripture cultivated heaven and earth, the universe and the mysteries. With heaven and earth and the universe as a great treasure, it was very difficult to comprehend it. However, Su Yin had already dabbled in the Strange Gate series of secret arts. Moreover, he had mastered the Strange Gate's 9 hidden armors. Thus, it wasn't too difficult for him to comprehend it. Of course, the most important thing was that Su Yan's primordial spirit had also entered the forbidden domain. He had also further perfected the universe scripture. Thus, his understanding of the mysteries of the universe was very profound. Su Yan's figure gradually became silent. He comprehended the mysteries of open heaven and earth scripture and looked at the 8 great hidden armors. Although it lacked the important divine escape, the 8 great hidden armors were standing beside Su Yin. With the help of these hidden armors, it was naturally twice the result with half the effort. The 3 realms patio continuously spewed out energy substances that had been precipitated for billions of years. This was the essence of heaven and earth. Its value was unimaginable. Every drop of juice precipitated a unique divinity. It was of great help to Big Goldie. Boom! The patio spewed out energy all the time. The energy substances stored inside were so powerful that they could erupt with the sound of a tsunami. It was hard to imagine how ferocious it was. Tunton, Big Goldie's body was dazzling, and its undying energy was greatly increasing. Its flesh shell made from the Golden Dipper's main material quickly grew, becoming a huge golden giant. His throughput was very frightening, but this was nothing to the 3 realms patio. It merely absorbed wave after wave. But each wave was a substance that even large amounts of immortal sources could not exchange for. It was a peak substance that could greatly aid the growth of immortal kings. Big Goldie crazily swallowed for an entire month. His golden body gradually became stronger to the extreme. In the process of his domain, he faintly felt like he was about to break through the balance of the great Tao of the heavens and earth, and he started to evolve towards the domain of a grand completion immortal king. In fact, it was far too difficult for Goldie to break through. He needed an immeasurable amount of resources. Fortunately, the Three Worlds patio had deposited the origin of the earth. Of course, even if all these conditions were met, breaking through would still be difficult. What Big Goldie did not expect was that Long Day Song's resources were even more boundless than what he needed. Long Day Song even refined a portion of the Three Realms flower substance, and his primordial spirit became much stronger. After an entire month and a half, Long Day Song was still absorbing. As time passed, its absorption rate became ridiculous. The 9 blurry true dragons that revolve around its body seemed to have crossed the river of time and fully manifested in this world. Roar! Dragon roars rang out. The 9 true dragons' blurry bodies were about to materialize. They were like unparalleled life forms that had been sleeping in the immemorial era. Their swallowing power was extremely fierce, causing the Three Realms patio to dim. Huge streams of energy substances flowed out from the patio. The 9 dragons swallowed for 9 days and 9 nights. The 9 dragons resonated at the same time. Their aura was unparalleled, as if they had traveled through the river of time and penetrated into this world. In a short period of time, the true dragon's life essence scattered down like an ocean and flowed into Long Day Song's body. It originated from the baptism of the previous world's power. It originated from the 9 dragons' creation substance, nourishing the body. The 9 dragons drilled into Long Day Song's body one after another. The 9 dragons converged into the flesh shell. Long Day Song's body shone with divine light. This was the true perfection. Boom! There seemed to be an unparalleled chain that exploded. A complete 10 transformations true dragon awakened in the sky. Its flesh shell spewed out a powerful heavenly might that could crush all life in the universe. Long Day Song stood upright. Its body fell into a state of stillness. It was like a deep sleep, but also like a comprehensive return. Heaven and earth returned to silence. Big Goldie broke through. Long Day Song stood upright, and Su Yin occupied the bright starry sky. In the world of the stone book, only the dim Three Realms patio flowed with light, emitting energy to nourish the 3 of them. Time passed bit by bit, month after month, time flew by. The war in the Three Realms battlefield was endless. It had been 7 years since the war began. Whether it was the immortal world or the dark world, the casualties were heavy. The boundless battlefield surged with blood, and corpses were strewn across hundreds of millions of miles. There were endless disputes everywhere. In the big and small battlefields, experts from all walks of life shed their blood. It was obvious that there were rumors circulating these days. Although it was difficult to verify, the disturbance was too great. After all, this was related to Su Yin. He had disappeared for half a year without a trace. Tai Baokai and the others were also very anxious. It had been half a year. Su Yin and Big Goldie had disappeared. Even the young emperor was nowhere to be found. What had happened? At that time, Big Goldie had gone to find Su Yin and asked them to return first. But half a year had passed. The young emperor is back. On this day, the Heavenly Force King noticed the young emperor, who had just returned to the battlefield. The Heavenly Force King's expression was unreadable. The young emperor seemed to be in a good mood. Why was he so happy when the flower of 3 realms had been taken away from him? I think we should inform the great immortal elder. Heavenly Dragon Maiden frowned. She had a bad feeling. However, Tai Baokai felt that Su Yin would not have met with an accident. Su Yin had the ultimate trump card given to him by Dao Shuyi and the immortal iron staff of Monkey King. How could he have met with an accident? There was even Lil Pagoda guarding Su Yan's primordial spirit. However, in the next month, the news spread like wildfire. It caused a huge earthquake. Not good. Su Yin fell into the 3 Realms mountain. He fell into the land of death. This news was too sudden. The soldiers recuperating in the wall of immortals and demons were shocked. Imperial war god Su Yin had fallen into the Three Realms Mountain. That was a land of death that even emperors would have a headache over. Right now, Su Yin was the famous imperial war god of the immortal world. His prestige was monstrous, and his divine might was unparalleled. Now that news of him falling into a danger zone spread, the entire world was in an uproar. Is it true? It's hard to say now. It said that a group of immortal kings from the dark world teamed up to kill Su Yin. They felt that Su Yin was forced to fall into the Three Realms Mountain. This news caused a huge commotion. The great immortal elder's expression was ugly. He tried to use a great ability to divine, but could not find any trace of Su Yin. The space-time emperor ordered this matter to be kept under wraps. Otherwise, if this news continued to spread, it would most likely have a negative impact. However, this matter was related to Su Yin after all. It was only sealed for a few days before the news spread out. The news had already spread outside. This made the Sky Power King and the others feel disbelief. How could it be so sudden? This news has been spreading for half a month. The Heavenly Dragon Maiden was shocked. After all, the source of the news was inside the wall of immortals and demons. Impossible! How could Su Yin fall into the Three Realms Mountain and be chased by a large group of immortal kings from the dark world? The Sky Power King roared. He clenched his fists and roared. What happened? Who spread the news? What nonsense are you spreading? How could Su Yin fall? Who spread the rumor that Su Yin is dead? Tai Baokai roared. Even if Su Yin went to the Three Realms Mountain, he would not fall. Could it be that the unparalleled war god Su Yin had fallen? That was the strongest life forbidden zone in the universe. Who could survive? Su Yin had disappeared for half a year. Some people chose to believe it. Their hearts were filled with sorrow. There were also people who sneered secretly. He was finally dead. Especially the Heavenly Eye King and the others. They were in a good mood. As long as Su Yin was here, he would dominate the immortal world. There would be no day for them to rise. A person from a human world died. Anyway, he had already won 3 battles for the immortal world. It was an excellent ending for him to go on the road of glory. The Empress was silent. Her emotions were complicated. Had Su Yin fallen? Muak Xian's eyes were red. She did not believe that something would happen to Su Yin, especially the old monkey, who believed that Su Yin had mastered Senior Heavenly Monkey's killing move. Even if he suddenly encountered great danger, he would not die so quietly. Su Yin, if you die, Bamboo Moon will be a widow. Your child should be born soon. Come back quickly. Fairy Zixiao was worried that Su Yin would fall. She did not believe it, but the Three-World Mountain was different. A group of immortal kings had already suggested that they go to the Three-World Mountain. They might be able to save Su Yin. The young emperor and the others did not say anything to stop this. This made Tai Baotsai's heart tremble. He vaguely felt that there was a conspiracy. He broke into the wall of immortals and demons, wanting to see the great immortal elder. However, someone told him that the great immortal elder had left a few days ago. This made Tai Baotsai's expression change. The great immortal elder could not have gone to the Three-World Mountain, right? One day later, an extremely vast emperor's aura spread out. It was as if it had pierced through the past, present, and future, sweeping across the river of time. It suddenly awakened from the deepest part of the three-world battlefield. Boom! An unparalleled emperor's aura surged. Even though it was separated by a dangerous forbidden area, even though it was separated by a vast world, there was still someone who caused the world to tremble. It shook the boundless space of the three-world battlefield. The gods and demons in the sky trembled. Whether it was the experts of the dark world or the immortal world, all of them were trembling. The emperor's aura was vast and mighty. It swept across the 9 heavens and 10 earths, pressing down on the hearts and minds of all living beings. The immortal kings were no exception. They felt a chill all over their bodies. The shock that came from their souls made them want to bow down and worship. What is that? The experts of the 2 camps were terrified. At the distant end of the universe, in the world of rolling fog, one after another invincible emperor's aura suddenly awakened. This was not an emperor's aura at all. The world saw the space-time emperor, who controlled the river of time and space, wearing golden armor. He held time in his left hand and time in his right hand. He was domineering in the 9 heavens and 10 earths. He was attacking the 2 strongest experts at the same time. No! Yi Lingyun's eyes widened. Yi Lingyun's eyes widened. Great Immortal Elder was fighting with the 2 great emperors from Dark World, instantly erupting to the peak. Within the domain state, it shook the heavens above and earth below. Countless people's bodies were about to be torn apart. Boom! In an instant, the Starry Sky Emperor, who was silent in the wall of immortals and demons, was awakened. He stepped forward, wanting to kill his way to the space-time Emperor. However, he had just taken half a step when a huge claw pressed down on the wall of immortals and demons. This made the Starry Sky Emperor furious. If he left, the Emperor of the Dark World would directly attack the wall of immortals and demons. At that time, the casualties would be unimaginable. Chapter 2032. This was a battle between emperors. It shook the heavens and earth and swept through the 3 realms battlefield. The misty world trembled and rumbled violently. A terrifying emperor's aura swept through everything. Suddenly, the energy of the 3 realms mountain suppressed it. Emperors were also unrivaled in the present age. They were matchless giants. Boom! The universe trembled. Billions of miles of space-time were about to explode. The great stars in the heavens collapsed one after another and turned into resplendent fireworks. For a moment, the entire sky was dazzled. However, in an instant, an extremely terrifying emperor's aura rippled out. The universe was melted and turned into a pitch-black cosmic black hole. All matter was self-destructing. Kill! The 2 great emperors of the Dark World attacked. One of them had a pair of enormous wings. The instant it flapped, it was enough to split the 9 heavens and tear apart the vast blue sea. It swept up a storm that could destroy the world. It was as terrifying as a prehistoric wave that rushed over with billions of layers. The other emperor of the Dark World had a human face and a snake body. His body was enormous, and it was unknown how many tens of thousands of meters tall. The enormous human face was curled up with the order of destruction. The snake body trembled slightly, and the moon fell from the blue sky. It was like a terrifying, dark, demonic blade that slashed down. Great Immortal Elder! A series of mournful cries came from the immortal cave. The great Immortal Elder had already declined and no longer had the might of his heyday. If he was attacked by 2 great emperors, it was very likely that he would fall in the 3 realms battlefield. At the same time, the Starry Sky Emperor sent an urgent message to the great emperor clans. The Dark World might erupt into a bloody battle between emperors. This was a battle of the highest level. They had to ensure that there were great emperors overseeing the 3 realms battlefield in order to stabilize the situation. Ancestor God Xiying, Ancestor God Yao. Ha! After killing the space-time emperor, our Dark World will flourish in this great battle between the 3 realms. The heroes of the Dark World cried out excitedly. This battle had erupted somewhat suddenly and even exceeded the expectations of the experts of the Dark World. The Dark World called emperors ancestor gods. Xiying and Yi Yao were famous ancestor gods of the Dark World. Moreover, they were relatively young. The 2 ancestor gods joined forces and erupted with a supreme trump card. They were going to kill the space-time emperor. Kill! The space-time emperor's gray hair danced in the wind. His aura suddenly became powerful and invincible. His aged body was covered in golden armor and huge military boots. His courage was matchless. He was once one of the guardian gods of the celestial world. His left hand formed the Fist of Time, and his right hand formed the Fist of Time. The 2 great fist imprints burned at the same time, and in an instant, they became enormous and grand, simply covering the endless river of time, suppressing the past, present, and future. The supreme might of an emperor was everywhere. Boom! The destructive collision caused the boundless battlefield of the 3 realms to tremble slightly, and countless large cracks appeared on the ground. In fact, if the battle here had erupted in the Three Realms battlefield, countless living beings would have died in an instant. Fortunately, it was close to the Three Realms mountains boundary, where all kinds of dangerous places were laid out, so it would not have been a disaster. Loud syllables exploded, shaking heaven and earth. The experts of the celestial world cheered loudly. The Space-Time Emperor was still the Space-Time Emperor. His strength was peerless, and in an instant, he blocked the joint attack of two Dark World's ancestor gods. He's so strong. The young Emperor was shocked. Although the Space-Time Emperor did not have the battle prowess he had in his prime, his strength was undeniable. He could still fight a glorious battle, even though he had aged. It should be known that the Battle of the Emperors was very easy to determine life and death. However, the two ancestor gods did not injure the Grand Immortal Elder. Kill. The world-shaking battle engulfed everyone's body and mind. The Space-Time Emperor fought the two ancestor kings of the Dark World. The battle had reached its climax. Nothing could be seen clearly. The sky was filled with Emperor's law order. Even immortal kings could not see the entire battle. Even immortal kings could only see a corner of it. The battle was exceptionally tragic. The heavens were crying blood. The sky was filled with blood. The battle was intense. A snake smashed into the Grand Immortal Elder's body, causing his spine to break and his golden armor to shatter. There was also a huge fist that smashed through Yao's wings. Blood flowed down like a waterfall. The Grand Immortal Elder seemed very fierce. Divine light that was hundreds of millions of feet long shot out from his eyes as he searched the Three Realms mountain for Su Yan's whereabouts. He was also coughing up blood. His body swayed, and he was powerless. He no longer had the body of his golden age. He was already very old, and it was difficult for him to maintain such a fierce battle. The two ancestor gods attacked together again. The Space-Time Emperor quickly retreated. He sensed danger and sensed that something was wrong. The people of the Dark World were waiting for him here. He had been careless. This was a trap set up by the Dark World, and they were waiting for him to come. However, the Grand Immortal Elder was unwilling to give up. Su Yan should have fallen into the Three Realms mountain. He searched the vast Three Realms battlefield, but could not find any trace of Su Yan. In that case, Su Yan might have already died. Ah, the Grand Immortal Elder roared. His heart was in pain. He had planned to wait for Su Yan to return to the Emperor's city and pass on all his inheritances to Su Yan. Now, it seemed that Su Yan had most likely encountered a fatal disaster. Oh no! The people of the immortal world trembled and cried out. Another ancestor god had stepped forward. It was a black-clothed man with his hands behind his back. He was as imposing as the devil ancestor of heaven and earth. He intimidated the entire Emperor's battlefield world. His black hair draped over his shoulders, and his face was cold. The sky was filled with resplendent symbols that transmitted a low demonic sound. It was as if a boundless purgatory world had been formed, and the battlefield quickly became extremely dark. It's the Void Realm Tao. It's him. The princess said with a trembling voice, "It's the Demon Heaven Monarch. It's the Demon Heaven Monarch." "What did you say?" Yiling Tian was terrified. The Grand Immortal Elder, who had once been at his peak, had been defeated by the Demon Heaven Monarch. This was a descendant of the Dark Emperor, a descendant of an emperor. He was ridiculously strong and terrifying. The Chaos Immortal Elder and the others roared. They felt suffocated and uncomfortable. 3 great emperors had come from the Dark World, and a 4th emperor from the Dark Beast race was keeping the Starry Sky Emperor in check. Was the Grand Immortal Elder going to die? Space-Time Emperor, we meet again. The Demon Heaven Monarch had his hands behind his back. He was very imposing and elegant. He looked at the Grand Immortal Elder and sighed. "I didn't expect you to still be alive. I am very surprised. The battle that year is still vivid in my mind. I didn't expect that after so many years, I would end you in such a situation." The Space-Time Emperor's eyes were terrifying. Facing the victor of that year, he didn't feel discouraged or despair. He was very calm. 3 ancestor gods have joined forces to send me on my way. The space-time emperor am satisfied. The grand immortal elder spoke, his words sonorous and forceful. He couldn't live. He was very clear that he couldn't kill his way out. To the space-time emperor, he had long since accepted life and death. However, his only unwillingness was that he couldn't bring Su Yin out of the three-world mountain. Ha, demon heaven monarch, don't waste words with him. Join forces to kill him. We will join forces to break through the immortal demon wall and subdue the immortal world as soon as possible. We will complete the unification of the three worlds. The two ancestor gods of the dark world laughed loudly, shaking the vast world. You don't have to do anything. The demon heaven monarch raised his hand and stopped them. He said, the space-time emperor and I can be considered old friends. Leave the final battle to me. Space-time emperor, you can attack. I won't take advantage of you. I can let you attack first. Gloomy, vast, and boundless, the aura of the three-world mountain was emitted. The demon heaven monarch didn't move half a step. However, the power that gushed out of his body was so grand that it enveloped the three worlds battlefield. It suppressed all the emperors and turned him into an invincible celestial emperor. The younger generation won. If the older generation lost, wouldn't it be embarrassing? The space-time emperor looked up to the sky and laughed loudly. His voice spread throughout the universe and bombarded the three-world mountain. In the end, he roared angrily, I didn't get to see Su Yin. Although I have a great regret, I didn't get a fight with you. There are too many regrets. Boom! The space-time emperor's aura completely awakened. His body seemed to be burning as time and space gushed out. Once this kind of power was involved, the strongest law would definitely be peerlessly terrifying. It would turn into a world-destroying whirlpool that would devour all things in the world, crush the river of time, and reconstruct the past, present, and future. In an instant, the auras of the two former opponents collided once again. An extremely terrifying power was transmitted that could obliterate all matter. Even the two ancestor gods who were as strong as them retreated slightly. In the boundless three-worlds battlefield, the gods were terrified. This was a vast heavenly might that swept through the battlefield world and was everywhere. It was as if two universes had collided and were about to destroy the three worlds battlefield. What kind of aura is this? At this time, in the world of the stone book, a resplendent figure was sitting cross-legged. His appearance was extraordinary. When he took a breath, the resplendent sea of stars became infinitely dim, as if it had been stripped of all energy and matter. However, when he exhaled, heaven and earth trembled violently. The vast starry sky then flourished with divine light. Su Yin opened his mouth and spat out a heavenly river that contained the great mysteries of the heavens. It was as if a corner of the universe's space-time was cut off and suppressed in front of him. Buzz! Su Yan's eyes suddenly opened. The heavenly river he spat out was infinitely enlarged. The chaos within opened the heavens. The mysteries of the 9 escapes, wind, fire, thunder, and lightning, the myriad laws of the universe, were like the carrier of the universe. There was no doubt that a door had opened in the ancient stone book world that led to the outside world. Su Yin had comprehended the heaven and earth scripture. His entire body emitted an aura that transcended the world. He was above all life in the universe and was as imposing as an immortal king. Su Yin raised his head and looked at the outside world. He caught an extremely terrifying heavenly might that was vast and mighty. Space-time heavenly river. His expression suddenly changed drastically. He saw a river that was steaming with the light of billions of years. It surrounded the vast space-time river. Kill! An earth-shattering roar exploded. The boundless gray world was destroyed. No matter how profound the aura of the void was, no matter how peerless the Tao and law were, the space-time heavenly river that had been deduced by the great immortal elder for billions of years was infinitely terrifying. In an instant, the devil heavenly monarch was awakened and was ready for battle. The great Tao of the void of space was limitless. The path of the void of space was defined by infinity. It was boundless and limitless. It was so grand that it covered the entire space-time dimension, affecting the future and the past. The two invincible emperor horoscopes collided, surging into the sky. The energy ripples that splashed out were like huge waves that slapped millions of miles away. A large number of immortal kings who were rushing over trembled and were sent flying. They were unable to get close to the battlefield world. Great immortal elder, the people of the world screamed. The space-time emperor was already here, but now he was fighting with his life on the line. The two invincible giants fought. When their strongest attacks were released, it could be said to be the end of the world. The world was dark and ean. Rolling blood rain rolled into the sky, about to make the entire 9 heavens fall. Slash! Suddenly, the great immortal elder roared. His body and the space-time heavenly river merged into one, turning into a space-time blade. The vast light of time exploded. A corner of the universe was destroyed, and everything in the world was also cut apart. The primordial spirits of the two ancestral gods trembled. They felt that they were going to die here. They were shocked. What kind of divine ability was this? The space-time heavenly river turned into a space-time blade, flowing with the light of time. It was invincible in the world. In an instant, it cut open the entire space-time world. A terrifying power slashed onto Mo Tianjuan's chest. Mo Tianjun cried out miserably. His body was about to be cut apart. Fortunately, the supreme treasure he grasped revived at the critical moment, blocking the fatal slash for him. Mo Tianjun, you were more skilled back then. Now you've lost. The great immortal elder roared angrily. Similarly, the space-time blade turned into a terrifying blood-stained body. However, his body was densely covered in cracks. His emperor body was unstable and would disintegrate at any time. Chapter 2033. Immortal Realms people wept in grief, seeing the sky covered in blood. This was the blood of an emperor, a familiar aura. Emperor blood roiled like a sea, scattering down, crushing the star domain, collapsing the boundless great earth. All things in the universe were undergoing destruction and refinement. Unmatched giants were about to collapse, about to die. This type of influence was incomparable, engulfing the three realms battlefield, releasing an exceptionally bitter aura, making even immortal kings' bodies tremble in fear. Great immortal elder, Phoenix King and the others released beast-like roars, their eyes quickly becoming bloodshot. This was but three great dark worlds' ancestral deities joining hands to deal with great immortal elder. Even if great immortal elder towered in his golden age, slaughtering his way out would still be extremely difficult. Emperors were already unsurpassed, deriving Emperor Tao laws, exceeding the scope of heaven and earth's great Tao in a domain, exceptional and unmatched. Under the joint attack of three great ancestral deities, who could hold on? Who could stop them? Moreover, among them was an exceptional enemy who had previously defeated great immortal elder, Mo Heavenly Monarch. Right now, Mo Heavenly Monarch released a low roar, his entire chest about to break apart. The terrifying blade even made his life force decline a bit. He was truly moved. What kind of Tao method was this? It merged with great immortal elder's life's Tao power, raising it to the extreme, enough to sever the great Tao of the heavens. In reality, if not for great immortal elder's decline, Mo Heavenly Monarch would definitely have been instantly seriously injured, facing life and death danger. An emperor was injured? Recovering from injuries was too difficult. Their cultivation levels were too high, not even divine great medicines of any use to them, unless there were emperor medicines that could extend their lifespan. Otherwise, great immortal elder wouldn't have declined for so long. Emperor medicines, these things were just too difficult. Even among immortal realms' great emperor clans, the number of clans that had emperor medicines in their ancestral lands was still extremely few. Shameful. Starry Sky Emperor released a low roar. His eyes naturally saw that great immortal elder was seriously injured, his body covered in great cracks, about to die at any time. Even if we suddenly won, what meaning is there? Great immortal elder released a low roar, the unwillingness inside becoming even greater. He still didn't have an inheritor, nor did he have any bloodline descendants. His entire life had been dedicated to immortal realm, dedicated to immortal elder academy. Now. Even Su Yin, who he prepared to pass on his life's knowledge, was unknown. For great immortal elder, this was a type of sorrow. Ah! The demon heaven monarch spat out blood as he roared furiously. Even if you sacrifice your life for the saber, you still won't win. Ha ha ha. The space-time emperor laughed. He was very heroic, and it was impossible to tell that he was someone who was about to die. His ruined body was trembling, and pieces of bones were spurting out from his pores. Each piece of bone could destroy the universe. He couldn't hold on any longer. His body was riddled with scars, and his body was self-destructing and collapsing. In the end, an emperor physique was too high-end, and its level of existence was unparalleled. In his later years, when the space-time emperor used his full strength, his body could no longer withstand it. It was as if he had transformed into the Tao, and his flesh and blood began to leak out a horrifying emperor's might. Heaven and earth wailed, indicating that a monarch was about to die. The other two ancestral gods from the dark world fell silent. The space-time emperor was already on his last legs. His body was in tatters and had deteriorated to the extreme. He could no longer maintain his imperial body. Unless he severed his imperial road, he would be able to struggle at death's door for a few more years. I still have some matters to settle. Can you let me leave? The great immortal elder was lethargic, and the aura of death was strong. His time was almost up. He didn't want his inheritance to be lost. He wanted to go back and take a look at the immortal world, the hometown that he had protected for his entire life, and the motherland that had raised him. No, the two ancestral gods from the dark world had cold expressions. The space-time emperor's position in the immortal world was too high. He was also a stabilizing force, and there might be emperor medicine that could prolong his life. The great immortal elder closed his eyes and sat cross-legged. His body was bleeding profusely. Great immortal elder. In a world of the stone book, Su Yan's emotions exploded. His body was trembling, and he couldn't believe his eyes. The great immortal elder was about to die, and he had chosen to go on his way. He didn't want to continue struggling. He was already powerless. Ah, great immortal elder. Su Yan roared. His eyes were burning like torches. In an instant, he kept the stone book and ran towards the outside world. He was roaring in his heart. Even now, he still couldn't believe that the great immortal elder would really die here. The two ancestral kings from the dark world walked forward. They chose to let the space-time emperor die in a more dignified manner. They were both emperors, supreme giants. It was too difficult for them to stand in this realm. Even if I let you go today, you will die miserably in your current state. Mo Tianjun was silent for a moment. He shook his head and said coldly, "Someone wants to kill you. Your own people want to kill you. The immortal world is even more dangerous for you. It's better for you to stay here." Boom! Mo Tianjun's big hand slapped forward, and incomparably heavy pressure pressed down on the space-time emperor's body. This palm was like hitting the hearts and minds of millions of creatures in the immortal world. They roared in despair, and their blood burned with anger. Don't! Su Yin felt despair. The great immortal elder treated him like a personal disciple, taking care of and helping him. It was because of the great immortal elder's existence that Su Yin felt a greater sense of belonging to the immortal world. But now, this old man who was covered in wounds and looked miserable had suffered a destructive palm strike from Mo Tianjun. Su Yan's black hair fluttered, and his eyes were blood red. He wanted nothing more than to rush out and leave the three-world mountain immediately. However, the pressure from the three-world mountain was still there, and it was much more terrifying than before. Even someone as strong as Su Yin couldn't run. He roared miserably like a berserk beast. Mo Tianjun's palm strike had destroyed his primordial spirit, and his body fell towards the three-world mountain. Why didn't you cripple his body? The two ancestral gods from the dark world frowned. Was Mo Tianjun going soft? His primordial spirit has been shattered by me. He can't live, Mo Tianjun said solemnly. Even if there's a trace of vitality in his body, what can he do? In the end, he's too old and has no value. As an opponent, Mo Tianjun admired the space-time emperor. Unfortunately, they were enemies. Letting the space-time emperor keep his body intact and be buried in the three-world mountain was also a perfect ending. The figures of the three ancestral gods from the dark world gradually turned blurry. Soon, the area returned to silence. The immortal world's army roared as countless experts charged towards their destination. They still had some hope that the space-time emperor might still be alive. Unfortunately, the foggy land of death rippled with boundless Emperor Dao laws. This was a fatal substance to any living being. They couldn't charge in. Once they did, they would be threatened with death. Inside the ancient Godfiend wall, Starry Sky Emperor roared in grief. An emperor had died. This was a heavy loss for the immortal world. Once the news spread, it would be a heavy blow to the immortal world. After all, one of their pillars had collapsed. Dead, he died just like that. Starry Sky Emperor's hair stood on end. His body emitted cold air, and his heart was filled with fear. This matter was too serious. One had to know that all of this was related to him. He didn't dare to spread this matter, not even a word. He didn't dare to leak any information, not even to the emperor of his race. He'd caused the death of an emperor. This was too terrifying. Shouty took a deep breath. Looking at his masterpiece, he felt a sense of pride and an indescribable complexity. Did he feel guilty? Shouty didn't think so. He believed that even if he became an emperor, he wouldn't be able to live forever. Even if he didn't die, he wouldn't be able to maintain his glory. Sooner or later, he would fall. At this time, Xiao Di realized that the contract between his eyebrows was dissipating rapidly. Soon, it was completely destroyed. Xiao Di smiled. His punishment was over. Along with the space-time emperor's death, he had completely evaporated. The three-world battlefield was turbulent and chaotic. The entire battlefield was in chaos. Countless immortal world soldiers seemed to have gone mad. Their eyes were bloodshot as they roared continuously. The space-time emperor's body fell into the three-world mountain. Even with his terrifying strength, his sudden death caused a horrifying effect to leak out of his flesh and blood, forming a bloody hole in the universe. Boom! At this moment, a figure was rapidly approaching. Su Yin had used the stone book to isolate himself from the special influence of the three-world mountain. His speed increased rapidly, and in less than 2 hours after the space-time emperor had landed on the three-world mountain, he had already arrived at the place where the space-time emperor had landed. Grand Immortal Elder. Su Yin roared. His eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. His heart was burning with anger. Tears of blood flowed out of his eyes. His body trembled as he looked at his miserable body. An old man with 1 foot in the grave had suffered such a blow in the end. This caused Su Yin to be heartbroken. Because he had a miniature three-world galaxy, the Grand Immortal Elder's death aura didn't affect Su Yin. He quickly approached and suddenly realized that the Grand Immortal Elder's body still had some signs of life. This made Su Yin ecstatic. He instantly brought the Grand Immortal Elder's body into the stone book's world. Wong, the three-world wall spewed out a vigorous source of the earth. The energy that had been accumulating for a long time began to gather in the Grand Immortal Elder's body. However, Su Yin was horrified to find that no matter how shocking the three-world well's energy was, it was still difficult for the Grand Immortal Elder's body to absorb. Su Yin didn't even detect any fluctuations of the Grand Immortal Elder's primordial spirit. Could it be that the Grand Immortal Elder's primordial spirit had completely exploded? No! Su Yin roared and instantly took out the three-world flower. Although the golden flower had consumed some of its substance, it still preserved most of the soul medicine's essence. Su Yin directly smelted it, and the rolling golden liquid sprinkled between the Grand Immortal Elder's eyebrows. Although it was an incomplete three-world flower, it was still a supreme substance comparable to the arch-medicine. The Grand Immortal Elder's forehead quickly became golden. It had to be said that this soul medicine was terrifying. It made the Grand Immortal Elder's lifeless body emit a vague sign of life. Suddenly, Su Yan's expression was ecstatic as he roared excitedly. The Grand Immortal Elder's eyes suddenly opened. He looked at Su Yan with a hint of surprise and relief in his eyes. Grand Immortal Elder, you're still alive. Ha, that's great. Su Yan was incomparably excited and said, I still have the three-world flower. I'll be able to get it soon and help you reconstruct your primordial spirit. I believe that with the three-world well's energy, your vitality will not dissipate. I'll do my best to help you recover. Good child. Tears streamed down the Great Immortal Elder's face. This scene caused the Great Immortal Elder's mood to improve greatly. A vast and boundless memory flew out from his blazing golden frontal bone and entered Su Yan's sea of consciousness. I'm just the final radiance of the setting sun. Take my Tharch token and return immediately. Let Yi Linyun bring you back to the Tharch city and go into seclusion in the Immortal King Fortune Land. Do not delay. This is my last order for you. After the Grand Immortal Elder finished speaking, his aura quickly dimmed and he gradually stopped breathing. Until this moment, he still did not say what the Demon Heaven Lord had told him. Killing a Tharch was a capital crime. Who would dare to admit it? Even if they were found out, they would not dare to admit it. Letting Su Yan investigate would be harming him. Chapter 2034. Great Immortal Elder. Su Yan roared out in grief, his chest rising and falling intensely, tears surging from his eyes. How could it be like this? His heart was full of grief and anger. It was just too sudden, making Su Yan's entire body tremble. He forcefully struck his chest, ultimately releasing woo sounds. Ever since he came to Immortal Realm, standing in Emperor's City, it had been filled with too many obstacles and difficulties. He had the Phoenix King and the Old Monkey's protection along the way, but in Immortal Elder Academy, if there was no Great Immortal Elder, no Space-Time Emperor, Su Yan wouldn't have his current accomplishments. Perhaps he would have long been forced out of Immortal Realm by the Emperor clans. Now, the Great Immortal Elder fell before his eyes. This made Su Yan unable to accept this cruel reality. Long Daesong released a low roar, its body large and heroic. It circled around Su Yan, its large head rubbing against Su Yan's arm. It could feel Su Yan's grief and sadness, releasing low roars. Great Immortal Elder's entire body was covered in cracks, and right now, his body was breaking apart. His corpse was about to cease to exist. Su Yan threw Great Immortal Elder into three-realm skywell. Even though Great Immortal Elder suddenly died, he still had to preserve Great Immortal Elder's complete body, bring his corpse into Emperor City. The world was in chaos. Blood radiance overflowed into the heavens from three realms' battlefield, the great battle becoming even more intense. Immortal Realms' soldiers were all fighting with everything they had, shouts of war ringing like a sea. The Heavenly Force King and the others couldn't endure this, the mental blow to them too great. All of Immortal Cave's disciples were roaring out in anger, wishing to wipe out Darkness Realm's enemy. Kill! The battlefield was terrifying. Immortal Realm soldiers seemed to have gone crazy. In just a few days, Darkness Realm's side bled endlessly, their losses disastrous. The fall of the monarch was too shocking. In just half a month, the news spread to the Imperial City, causing a huge commotion. Countless people were trembling. The Space-Time Emperor had fallen, and the Imperial Prince War God Su Yan had also nursed a grudge. How could it be like this? How could such a ridiculous thing happen? It was too sudden. Space-Time Emperor has fallen. Immortal Old Academy was in complete chaos. Immortal elders from all sides roared out, feeling great grief. Towards this matter, after confirming it again and again, they still found it hard to calm down. There were even some powerful existences from great ancient clans and emperor clans who hurried over, their expressions crazed. They had previously been nurtured by great immortal elders, so when they heard the grievous news, they all found it hard to believe. There were also people who came with other motives. The great immortal had fallen, but the supreme treasure he left behind, the Three Realms celestial river, was still in the celestial cave. Back then, he left in a hurry and used the Three Realms celestial river to guard the celestial cave. Moreover, the inheritance of a monarch tier was no small matter. Some people were naturally tempted, but the prestige of the great immortal elder was too great. Who dared to openly seize his inheritance? Xian Huan said, "Everyone, please restrain your grief. The great immortal has already fallen, so we should pull ourselves together. The most important thing now is to take care of the great immortal's descendants. I think we should let the crown princess, young emperor, and the others return. After all, they were once under the great immortal's tutelage and listened to the great immortal's Tao. They are equivalent to the space-time emperor's disciples." "Not bad." The celestial race expert nodded. He said with a sigh, "Let the crown princess return and watch over the great immortal elder's coffin. The space-time emperor made great contributions to the immortal realm. Now that he has passed away, we should hold a great funeral." Xian Huan's face was full of grief. He said, "Let the crown princess return and watch over the great immortal elder's coffin as well." After all, the great immortal elder didn't have a personal disciple. The crown princess and the crown princess were both glorious young experts of the immortal realm. The great immortal elder always treated them as his own children, so it is only right for him to send them off. Within immortal elder courtyard, group after group of experts gathered. Their backgrounds weren't small. Some people's faces became cold. What was the meaning of this? Naturally accepting the great immortal elder's inheritance? An elder whose entire body was trembling in grief roared. Wasn't the great immortal elder's personal disciple, Su Yin? Could it be that he really died? Xian Huan released a long sigh. He was buried together with the great immortal elder in the Three Realms Mountain. We will go to the Three Realms Mountain and bring back the great immortal elder's corpse. A group of old experts stood out together. The great immortal elder had suddenly died, so they didn't want the great immortal elder's corpse to be buried in a place of no return. No, Xian Huan's group was alarmed. The Three Realms Mountain was a place of no return. If the crown princess really wants to, there's a higher chance of him bringing back the great immortal elder's corpse. An old expert coldly said, "But as far as I know, the crown princess was disrespectful to the great immortal elder and even used force against him. He's going to watch over the great immortal elder's coffin? No way. What time is it now? Why are you still bringing this up?" Xian Huan's face was full of grief. He said, "The crown princess was young and frivolous, so it's understandable. The great immortal elder had already taught him not to bring up those matters of the past." The group of old experts' expressions changed. After all, they were Xian people. Someone said unwillingly, "The great immortal demon war hasn't ended yet. There's still a few years left. We can't rush the great immortal elder's funeral. Su Yin might still have a chance of surviving." They all understood clearly that Su Yin was the great immortal elder's personal disciple. The space-time emperor fell and held a great funeral, so Su Yin naturally had to be present. They hadn't seen Su Yin's corpse, so they couldn't say for sure that Su Yin was truly dead. The arguments within immortal elder courtyard were endless. Those with discerning eyes quickly realized that now that they were going to watch over the great immortal elder's funeral, wouldn't they be able to obtain the great immortal elder's inheritance? Some people's hearts went cold. The great immortal elder had just fallen, and the Xian people and other powers were fighting over the great immortal elder's inheritance. How could they feel at ease in the underworld? Moreover, immortal elder courtyard had lost the great immortal elder's protection, so there would most likely be chaos in the future. The disturbance in Emperor's City was endless. Within a certain mansion, Bamboo Moon's anxious heart gradually calmed down. Su Yin was fine, and his primordial spirit lamp was still lit. Why did the outside world spread rumors that Su Yin had fallen? Only, when Bamboo Moon found out about the great immortal elder's death, she was shocked. The space-time emperor had fallen. It had already been more than 20 days. Su Yin stood guard before the great immortal elder's corpse. He deciphered the boundless memories the great immortal elder left behind for him. Inside were the great immortal elder's lifetime of knowledge, all-encompassing, touching upon the two great domains of time and space. The space-time heavenly river he created was also inside. Su Yin studied the great immortal elder's Tao and methods, trying to use his Tao technique in order to awaken the great immortal elder, but he failed again and again. He can't come back. He can't come back. Su Yin's fists were tightly clenched, crying and laughing at the same time. The great immortal elder couldn't come back. His corpse floated in three realms sky, well, not showing any signs of life. It had already been so long, but the space-time emperor really couldn't come back. Su Yin's expression gradually became cold. He was thinking, why did the great immortal elder appear here, to the extent where he was attacked by three great darkness world ancestral gods? The great immortal elder was proficient in the transformations of time and space, and had always been guarding within the wall of gods and devils. Even if he really did come out, it couldn't be so coincidental that he was attacked by three great ancestral gods, right? He slowly stood up, his black hair fluttering in the wind. He growled, "Young Emperor, does the starry sky cloud have anything to do with you? Does this have anything to do with you?" Suddenly, Su Yin had a thought. Could it be that the great immortal elder had fallen because of him? Woo-woo, Long Day Song growled. He realized that Su Yan's condition wasn't right. His murderous aura was too strong. Let's go. Su Yan's gaze was like lightning. He had to get the bottom of this. With the stone book in hand, the outer regions of Three Realms Mountain couldn't trap Su Yan at all. He crossed all the way and soon reached the outermost region of Three Realms Mountain. Su Yan could sense that there were many experts watching from the outside. His expression was cold, and he didn't alert anyone. He hid in the space of the stone book and silently escaped. After half a year of seclusion, he once again approached the Three Realms battlefield. The aura of death was too strong, and there was a sea of blood everywhere. The killing in the Three Realms battlefield had reached its most violent point. Many people couldn't let go of the death of the space-time emperor. They vented their anger, causing the Three Realms battlefield to enter an era of bloodshed. Everywhere, disputes were intense, and battles were endless. Kill, kill, kill. At this time, Su Yin was in the vast battlefield. He was near the area where the immortal Phoenix army was. In the bloody battlefield, Su Yin appeared strangely. His figure was like East Demon approaching. Su Yin. East Demon's eyes were wide open, and his pupils were fixed on Su Yan's figure. He was overwhelmed with emotions. In fact, he wasn't sure that Su Yin had really fallen. Su Yin called out to Tai Bao Kai, and the three of them quickly left this battlefield. Su Yin, where did you go? Tai Bao Kai was extremely furious. Were you really forced into Three Realms Mountain by the Dark World? How is the great immortal? Did he really fall? Su Yin was in a terrible mood. When he heard Tai Bao Cai's words, Su Yan's eyes shone with a terrifying light. Back then, he was forced into a dead end by the young emperor and Star Cloud. Now, Tai Bao Kai was telling him that it was the Dark World that forced him into Three Realms Mountain. It's really them. It's really them. Su Yan's black hair danced in the wind. His murderous aura was too strong. They even dared to kill an emperor. This scum refreshed Su Yan's understanding once again. There was no bottom line to speak of. What did you say? East Demon let out a hysterical roar. What was this? The space-time emperor was killed by the young emperor. Tai Bao Cai's aura was wild. If this spread, who would believe it? If Su Yin hadn't said it himself, they wouldn't have believed that the young emperor and Star Cloud would be so vicious. I can't be completely sure yet. Su Yan's eyes flashed with a bone-chilling cold. He growled, "Go find them now and ask them clearly. If they really did it, I'll definitely turn them into ashes." It was difficult to find a person in the battlefield, but it wasn't difficult to find a great success immortal king. Su Yin didn't find any trace of the young emperor, but he quickly locked on a Star Cloud's trail. Su Yin lay dormant. With the stone book space to hide himself, the immortal king couldn't find any trace of him. Su Yin was like a hunter hiding in the dark, his eyes fixed on Star Cloud without blinking. After a few days and nights, Star Cloud was chasing after a severely injured immortal king from the dark world. This is my chance. Su Yin waited for a few days and finally waited for the right time to strike. These days, Star Cloud had been very depressed. He always felt that the matter would be exposed, but Su Yin was already dead. No one knew that they were the mastermind behind this matter. These days, his heart gradually calmed down. He felt that there was no big deal. Star Cloud chased after a severely injured immortal king from the dark world for millions of miles, but he still managed to escape. His breathing was heavy, and his body was stained with blood. These days of crazy battles had consumed a lot of his energy. Star Cloud quickly followed a path back. However, the vastness of the starry sky and the vastness of the star field made Star Cloud extremely uneasy. He felt as if he was trapped in an ancient star field world, and he couldn't see the way back. Who's there? The next moment, Star Cloud's expression changed drastically. He vaguely sensed a kind of indescribable divine power pressing down on his bones and blood, causing his soul to tremble faintly. Suddenly, this star field emitted a blazing light. At the end of this boundless star field, a blurry figure appeared indistinctly. Great immortal elder. The familiar face and terrifying power made Star Cloud almost pee in his pants. His legs went weak, and he fell to the ground. He pointed at the indistinct figure in the star field and growled in fear. Great immortal elder, you're still alive. In an instant, a silver hidden armor fell from the sky. In an instant, it was vast and boundless, covering the entire star field world. Ah! Star Cloud screamed. He had lost control of his mind and was filled with fear. In an instant, the hidden armor hit him so hard that the top of his head cracked open. His body was about to explode and be destroyed. Chapter 2035. Buffed. Xian Xingyan coughed up blood. The top of his head cracked, and his entire body trembled. Blood spurted out from his pores. His body was about to be smashed apart by the silver armor that fell from the sky. However, he was a great success immortal king after all. He recovered his injured immortal king body at an extremely fast speed. He erupted with shocking power and forcefully blasted open the silver armor. Su Yin, you're actually not dead yet. Xian Xingyun was terrified. This was the tiger escape. Su Yin had come. He was still alive. This was simply a nightmare. The figure at the peak of the star domain should be the great immortal elder. Could he still be alive? No matter what, Xian Xingyun was scared out of his wits. He had to leave this place. He was completely panicking. Su Yan's life and death were closely related to the fall of a martial emperor. He could not bear such a heaven-defying crime. Open for me, Xian Xingyun, who was covered in blood, roared. He suddenly stretched out his arms, wanting to tear apart this ancient star domain world and kill his way out. However, the moment his power affected this world, the entire star domain was instantly revived. It turned into a huge life form that was incomparably majestic. It was so terrifying that it was as if the supreme god of the universe was awakening. Its might shook the world. Boom! One silver armor after another appeared in the sky, causing this star domain world to rotate and sprinkle down millions of miles of silver river. Roar! Dragons roared and tigers roared. Storms raged. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. The atmosphere in the star domain was violent to the extreme, although it lacked the divine escape. Once the 8 escape powers were revived, their auras were terrifying and overflowing. The all-heavens starfield enveloped his body, and the starry sky clouds seemed to be suppressed by a vast universe. His body trembled slightly, and his eyes were filled with shock. Exactly what great fortune did Su Yin obtain? Break again, Xian Xingyun roared. His body surged with blazing flames. Supreme order laws flowed out of his palms, carrying the supreme, immortal Tao fruit. They were about to turn into world-destroying light. The laws in the sky burned like a sea. This was an extremely terrifying power. Xing Yun erupted with his strongest combat power, wanting to blast open this ancient star sea world and blast away the 8 rotating escape powers. Rumble. Heaven and earth trembled, the sun and moon losing their radiance. 2 extremely terrifying powers collided, crushing down on each other. East Demon and Tai Baokai were shocked. This was a grand completion celestial king, but Su Yin had mastered the 8 great hidden techniques and had evolved the great mysteries of the heavens. He was actually able to compete with a grand completion celestial king in a short period of time. One had to admit that this was a little shocking. The 8 great hidden armors shined with a blinding white light. The strength of the hidden armors became increasingly formidable. A terrifying, attractive force erupted, causing the divine escape hidden in the storage space of the starry sky cloud to fly out. No, starry sky cloud was terrified. The 8 escape techniques were already so powerful. Once the 9 escape techniques were combined, it would be the most powerful treasure of the Strange Gate series. Sure enough, the moment the godly escape returned, the ancient star field became much more terrifying. It was as if it had been bestowed with a supreme, godly power. It was as if the treasures of the heavens had been opened, and it was as if the ancestors of the heavens had descended into the world. Su Yin, you're still alive. Starry sky cloud saw the figure standing in the ancient world. It was filled with supreme deterrence, as if the ancestor of the earth immortals had been reborn. Su Yan's eyes were cold, and his aura was boundlessly terrifying. He suddenly raised his arms, and the 9 escape techniques rotated, spreading the Tao in the starry sky. Now it contained the energy essence of billions of universes and gathered into 2 huge arms. Roar! Su Yin roared toward the sky. His aura was too shocking. It could evaporate the ancient star sea and destroy the great stars in the heavens. It was so terrifying that it was reversing the order of the universe. The 2 huge arms were densely covered with billions of patterns, and they were filled with the power of the strongest gods in the world. The 9 escape techniques were fully activated, and the most powerful treasure of the Strange Gate domain was activated. At this moment, Su Yan's Strange Gate's secret art was shocking. He communicated with the power of the universe, and his left and right arms evolved into dragons and tigers, contending for hegemony in the world. Boom! The 2 huge hands of the galaxy resonated and pressed down. Su Yin, although you have the 9 escape techniques, you can forget about suppressing me. Xing Yun let out an explosive roar, and the aura of the immortal king's origin surged out from the top of his head. It burned fiercely, and his aura surged violently. Thousand Star Fist. Without a doubt, Xing Yun activated the Monarch Horoscope's divine ability. This fist covered the heavens and earth, and the fist print spurted out billions of stars in the universe. It was like a sleeping monarch had awakened from his slumber, and the power that Su Yin pressed down was already starting to collapse endlessly. Strange Gate 9 escape techniques. Play the prehistoric times again. Su Yin let out a shout, and the 9 escape techniques resonated. The entire star field was vast, and a vast world rumbled. The momentum was so vast that it made the Tai Baokai tremble. The East Demon was shocked. The 9 escape techniques series of treasures converged into one, and the scene was too unimaginable. The entire star field turned into an ancient giant that stood up and dominated the 9 heavens and 10 earths. The sky trembled, and the universe rumbled. The giant that the star field turned into revealed great divine might, sweeping across the 6 directions and suppressing all Taos in the world. Suddenly, it became one with Su Yin. Boom! Su Yan's aura was 10,000 times more terrifying, as if an Earth immortal ancestor had reincarnated and returned. Kill! Su Yin roared. His body stood indomitable, and it was unknown how many tens of thousands of feet tall, so terrifying that it made immortal kings tremble. His black hair danced wildly like a waterfall, and his eyes were like lightning, reflecting the prehistoric times of the universe. Su Yin was powerful and domineering. When he waved his fist, he was invincible. Even if the thousand-star fist was an Emperor Horoscope's divine ability, it was a life-risking attack released by a great accomplishment, immortal king. Su Yan's 9 escape techniques merged into one, and it was powerful and domineering. His fist struck out a vast ancient star field, containing the great mysteries of the heavens. Is he invincible? He can even fight against a great accomplishment, immortal king? Tai Baokai cried out in shock. The 9 escape techniques that Su Yan grasped were really ridiculously powerful. This was borrowing the principles of heaven and earth, the great treasure of the universe. It wasn't Su Yan's power, but the Tao of the universe that he borrowed. After all, with the 9 escape techniques, Su Yan was like an earth immortal ancestor. However, a great accomplishment, immortal king, wasn't so easy to kill. The ancient starry sea that Su Yan's fist spewed out rapidly enlarged, wanting to suppress the starry sky cloud. However, the thousand-star fist was extremely domineering. The starry sky cloud erupted with its strongest power, and a terrifying resistance was produced between it and the ancient starry sea that he borrowed. At this moment, Su Yan realized that his cultivation wasn't enough, and he couldn't completely activate the divine power of the 9 escape techniques. Otherwise, the 9 escape techniques could cross the sky and radiate boundless territory, and he could steal boundless power. At that time, no matter how powerful the starry sky cloud was, Su Yan could completely suppress it with force. Roar! An earth-shattering roar resounded, as if a supreme being that had been sleeping in ancient times had awakened. Long Day Song trampled the 9 heavens. One man and one horse crossed the ancient star field at an extremely fast speed and charged to the front of the starry sky cloud. The starry sky cloud roared furiously. He was gathering his strongest power to resist the suppression of the 9 escape techniques. At this moment, Su Yan charged over. He gritted his teeth and stretched out a hand. He divided a portion of his power and attacked Su Yan with earth-shattering might. Long Day Song roared. He was like the ancestor of the true dragons. The power released from his flesh and blood was powerful and terrifying. In an instant, he collided with the starry sky cloud's huge hand. Has Long Day Song become an immortal king? Baokai cried out in surprise. At the moment when their powers collided, Long Day Song's body was trembling slightly, but he didn't really suffer much damage. This caused the starry sky cloud to be alarmed. What kind of opportunity did Su Yan obtain? It had only been half a year. How could he have changed so much? Boom! From this moment on, Su Yan raised his hand and grabbed a silver shield. He slammed it firmly on the starry sky cloud's face. Puffed, he spat out large mouthfuls of blood. His entire face was a bloody mess. It was too horrible to look at. He hit his head on the ground and crawled up with great difficulty. Long Day Song carried Su Yan and leaped down with boundless ferocity. This was the mount of an immortal king, an extremely terrifying supreme being. It made Su Yan look like an immortal king descending upon the 9 heavens. His palm grabbed the silver shield and slammed it down again. The sea of stars in the sky was vast and mighty. Its divine might was unparalleled. It was domineering and majestic. Once again, Xianyun screamed and fell to the ground. Xianyun spat out blood. He looked too miserable. He was in so much pain that he wished he was dead. After all, Su Yan was still an emperor. The brilliant star field was incomparably beautiful. The 9 escape techniques covered the sky and gushed with the power of the universe. They covered Su Yan's figure. He was like a giant who looked down on the 9 heavens and 10 earths. He was cold and terrifying. From the beginning to the end, he didn't say a word. He swung the silver shield and smashed it on Xianyun's flesh shell again and again. This was a great success, immortal king. He was beaten up by Su Yan again and again. He was killed over 100 times in a row. Xianyun was really going to die. Broken bones and bone dregs spurted out of his pores. He struggled in a pool of blood and wailed in purgatory. He felt that he was being beaten to death by Su Yan. His body and soul were about to be destroyed. Su Yan, he's about to die. East demons suppressed the shock in his heart and reminded Su Yin of the important matter. However, no matter how Su Yin vented, the anger in his heart didn't dissipate at all. He pointed at the figure at the peak of the star field and roared hysterically, "Xian Yun, open your dog eyes and see who he is." In an instant, Su Yin used the secret technique of the great immortal elder, causing the corpse of the space-time emperor to rumble violently. Tai Baokai really felt that the great immortal elder had awakened. The space-time emperor had returned once again. The sky was filled with unparalleled ferocious aura, accompanied by an iron-blooded killing intent. Xian Yun was in complete despair because he saw the great immortal elder's eyes open and looking at him. "Xian Yun." Su Yin grabbed his collar and roared, "You can kill me, you can target me, but why did you set up a trap to kill the great immortal elder? He has made countless contributions to the immortal world. Why are you so vicious? Why?" "It's the young emperor. The young emperor forced me to do it. But this has nothing to do with me. It really has nothing to do with me. No matter how vicious I am, I wouldn't dare to go against an emperor. Everything is controlled by the young emperor. I hope the great immortal elder can see through this." Xian Yun trembled and roared. The great immortal elder was still alive. He knew that he was finished. "Vile creatures, you bunch of vile creatures." Su Yan's body trembled. He roared, the anger in his heart making Su Yan's heart tremble. Puffed. Su Yan spat out a mouthful of blood. He looked a little haggard and almost fell off the long Daesung's back. "Su Yan, calm down." East Demon walked over and raised his hand to steady Su Yan's swaying body. This was a huge blow to Su Yan. The young emperor had taken advantage of the great immortal elder's love for him. If he hadn't fallen into the three-world mountain, the great immortal elder wouldn't have rushed over to save him. Xian Yun fell to the ground and trembled. He really wanted to kill himself. Once this matter was spread, the Starry Sky Emperor clan would lose face. Even the emperor of the clan wouldn't forgive him. After all, the fall of the space-time emperor was too big. Plotting to kill an emperor was even more vicious than declaring that the immortal world had joined the dark world. "Xian Yun, you and the young emperor forced me into the three-world mountain. You told the world that I fell into the three-world mountain because I was chased by the immortal king of the dark world. That led the great immortal elder to save me. Then, the three ancestral gods of the dark world were summoned by you." Su Yan's words made Xian Yun sweat profusely. In fact, he didn't expect the young emperor to summon the three ancestral gods of the dark world. "Is your clan related to the dark world?" East Demon stepped on Xian Yun's face and roared, "Did your emperor ask the dark world's ancestral gods to kill the great immortal elder?" No. Xian Yun trembled. "I swear on my ancestors' blood that I only know the inside story, but I don't know how the three ancestral gods of the dark world came about. It must be the young emperor. Yes, it must be him. Great immortal elder, please ask the young emperor, and everything will be clear. My clan will never have any dealings with the dark world. Never." Bam! Su Yin swung the silver shield fiercely, breaking Xian Yun's spine. He fell into a pool of blood, struggling and howling in pain. He was really going to be beaten to death by Su Yin. His immortal king body was cracking. "Stop hitting me," he screamed. Su Yin was so terrifying that it made his heart tremble. He swung the silver shield again and again, smashing his broken body. "You all deserve to die," Su Yin screamed. The majestic space-time emperor was killed by these two treacherous people. Su Yin couldn't let go. He smashed the top of Xian Yun's head, causing him to howl miserably. It was too horrible to look at. Chapter 2036. Xing Yun, your crimes are unforgivable. You dare to plot against the great immortal elder and even try to kill him. You won't be able to atone for your sins even if you die 100 times. Tai Baokai cried out madly. After learning the bloody truth, he roared, "Kill him! No! Directly tear his body into 10,000 pieces and let him experience all the pain he can muster before dying." Although Tai Baokai had never been taken care of by the great immortal elder, Tai Baokai had great respect for the space-time emperor. Even the Phoenix King and the old monkey, whom they regarded as elders, had great respect for the space-time emperor. Such a person, such a protector of the immortal world, had been plotted against by them. This was simply intolerable. Su Yan's eyes were filled with killing intent, like a burning torch. He wanted to kill Xingyun as well, but now was not the time. Killing Xingyun was nothing. The reason why he had temporarily revived the great immortal elder's corpse was to find out the truth and make it public. The great immortal elder's death could not be in vain. No, you can't kill me. Xingyun's face suddenly changed. He shouted hysterically, "You can't kill me. You really can't." The great immortal elder's eyes were fixed on Xingyun. This made him panic. Space-Time Emperor had almost been killed. Was his death really enough? The Starry Sky Emperor clan would also have to pay a heavy price. Once they were linked to the death of the great immortal elder, how could the Starry Sky Emperor clan raise their heads in the immortal world? Xingyun, the great immortal elder, is seriously injured. He can't judge you for your crimes. Su Yin said coldly, "This matter has not been thoroughly investigated. After all, we only have your side of the story. Who knows if your clan is behind this? I'm willing to confess. I'm willing to testify." Xingyun said angrily, "It's all the young emperor's fault. I'm willing to accept any trial. I hope the great immortal elder can believe me. I'm willing to confess, but please don't drag the Starry Sky Emperor clan into this." Su Yin and East Demon looked at each other. As long as Xingyun stepped forward to identify Xiao Di, Su Yin really wanted to see what the Xian people would do. In short, the blame was too big. Starry Sky Cloud couldn't bear it, and the Starry Sky Imperial clan couldn't lie to him. Moreover, what he said was the truth. Everything was done by the young emperor, and it had nothing to do with him. He was just an insider. Su Yin used the 9 great escapes to seal the Starry Sky Cloud. He angrily said, "Did the young emperor leave the 3 realms battlefield? I think Xingyun is completely scared out of his wits. He didn't lie. He might have planned all of this." Su Yin, first of all, Xiao Di is different from Xingyun. He definitely has a super weapon protecting him. Although you have the 9 forms, it's not enough to deal with Xiao Di. East Demon shook his head and said in a serious tone, "We can't do anything about this by ourselves. Once this matter spreads, death will be waiting for us. The great immortal elder has already fallen. When the time comes, no one will stand up for us. No one." East Demon could see clearly that once this matter blew up, the Imperial clan would be in a difficult position. If they really tried the young emperor, it would be equivalent to admitting to the crime. Who would dare to bear such a crime? After all, this was related to the Space-Time Emperor. To put it bluntly, we are too weak. East Demon sighed. Even if Xingyun was willing to identify Xiao Di, the Xian people wouldn't admit to it. Su Yan's expression was cold. Before the great immortal elder died, he told him to find Xingyun and go into seclusion in the imperial city's immortal king fortune. He didn't say anything else. Perhaps the great immortal elder knew that he had been tricked, but he didn't say a word to Mo Wuji. This meant that he didn't want Mo Wuji to stand up for this matter. Who would dare to admit to such a crime? If Su Yin hadn't mentioned the great immortal elder, Xingyun wouldn't have admitted to it. "Su Yin, let's go," Tai Baokai said angrily with red eyes. "You've already won 3 battles. Don't keep fighting in the 3 realms battlefield. You might be killed by them one day. You should go to the immortal king fortune now. When you're strong enough, you can seek justice for the great immortal elder. Let's go." Su Yin didn't hesitate and quickly returned to the immortal demon wall. His whereabouts were hidden from everyone, but he called out to the Phoenix King and the others. The fact that Su Yin was still alive made the Heavenly Monkey King and the others happy. The heavy burden in their hearts was finally lifted. Yilin Yin was also extremely shocked. He opened his secret cultivation room, and the group entered. Before they could ask about Su Yan's experiences, Su Yin brought out the great immortal elder's corpse. Yilin Yin was trembling. He stared at the corpse of the space-time emperor and let out a sorrowful roar. The entire secret room trembled and almost exploded. "Great immortal elder, I thought there would be a miracle, but woo-woo." The old monkey was a man made of iron. He cried and clenched his fists. The golden fur on his body surged and emitted a terrifying wave of anger. The Phoenix King cried and lost control of his emotions. Only when they saw the great immortal elder's corpse did they believe that the space-time emperor was truly gone. Nothing could go back. The great immortal elder's death was the greatest loss to the immortal realm. This matter caused a huge commotion. The older generation experts of the various clans gathered in the immortal city. Yi Linyun's breathing was heavy. He only came back to his senses after a long time. He asked Su Yin if the great immortal elder had any regrets. Su Yin took out the emperor's token and handed it to Yi Lintian. The great immortal elder wants me to return immediately. Second immortal elder, you have to go back too. He wants me to cultivate in the immortal King Fortune land in the immortal city. He didn't say anything else. Yi Linyun clenched his fists. His heart was filled with sorrow. He sighed and said, Su Yin, you are the space-time emperor's disciple and his only relative. No matter what, you have to deal with the great immortal elder's funeral first. Su Yin was unwilling. He didn't want to believe that the great immortal elder was gone. Maybe a miracle would happen. Maybe he could revive and return. Su Yin, I have some information. The Phoenix King's expression was a little gloomy. He patted Su Yan's shoulder and said, the great immortal elder has fallen. Many people will want his inheritance. Of course, the most important thing is the Three Realms galaxy. You're only an emperor now, so your cultivation must increase. You must control the Three Realms galaxy. This item must not fall into the hands of other forces. Su Yin was slightly startled. It seemed that the great immortal elder wanted him to quickly step into the immortal king realm. Only then would he be able to inherit the Three Realms galaxy. After all, this treasure was the most powerful treasure in the space-time domain. He believed that the members of the emperor race would be jealous. The great immortal elder had no children. He only had Su Yin as his disciple. He asked Yi Linyun to return because he wanted Yi Linyun to help Su Yin through some difficulties. It could be seen how much the great immortal elder trusted Yi Linyun. The great immortal elder has fallen. We can't sink into grief. The old monkey roared. Su Yin, since you have brought back the great immortal elder's body, this matter should be announced to the world. We should hold a grand funeral for the great immortal elder. Time is of the essence. If we delay, there will be changes. Yi Linyun was swift and decisive. He asked the Chaos Immortal Elder to be in charge of all major matters in the Three Realms battlefield. The group prepared to set off. Before leaving, Yi Linyun asked Heavenly Dragon Maiden and the others to set off as well. The Phoenix King was in an extremely bad mood. The great immortal elder had just fallen, and a group of people from the Three Realms battlefield had left for the immortal elder courtyard. What were they after? It wasn't just the position of the first immortal elder. There was also the Three Realms galaxy. The border was filled with bloody battles, but some people were extremely restless. Even a young emperor had left. He was determined to obtain the great immortal elder's inheritance. He had to get it. Su Yan's eyes emitted a terrifying light. The young emperor actually had the face to fight for the great immortal elder's inheritance. This dog had deceived his master and destroyed his ancestors. If he couldn't kill him, how would he have the face to face the great immortal elder in the future? Su Yin, you seem to be hiding something? The realm crossing formation had already been activated. The Phoenix King pulled Su Yin aside and asked, Phoenix King, there are some things that I can't tell you now. Let's wait for a suitable opportunity. Su Yin didn't tell them that he had suppressed Starry Sky Cloud. However, he revealed a terrifying matter to the Phoenix King. The Phoenix King's eyes widened. This was too crazy. Are you a little anxious? The Phoenix King admitted that Su Yin was terrifying and invincible. However, the Emperor clan had always wanted to kill him. Once he opened the Emperor's City battlefield world, it would lead to a terrifying calamity. Similarly, Su Yin had only stepped into the Emperor realm for less than 10 years. Had he really settled down enough? However, only an emperor had the right to summon the world. This was Su Yan's current goal. This was crazy. The Phoenix King's blood was boiling because no one had ever accomplished this before. Su Yin was thinking that once he went into seclusion in the immortal King Fortune land, He didn't know how many years it would take for him to break through. However, before he went, he had to seek justice for the great immortal elder. Once he became an emperor, he would have terrifying authority. At the same time, he understood that once the emperor immortal world gave him a great fortune, his realm would soar rapidly. Then, the immortal king realm would be very close to Su Yan's. This was a chance. Fight to the death. If he survived, he would become a giant in a short time. If he failed, he would die. Phoenix King, do you think that even with Yi Lin Yun speaking for me, I have the right to inherit the great immortal elder's 3 realms heavenly river? Su Yin shouted coldly. No, the Xian people definitely won't agree. However, if I become an emperor, everything will be different. Since the great immortal elder took me as his personal disciple, I will do my best to protect the great immortal elder's legacy. All right, since you have a plan, that's good. The Phoenix King's tone was excited. Then, he said, but don't be too anxious. The 3 realms battlefield is filled with bloody battles. Now is the time to use people. Remember not to be too hasty. I understand. Su Yan nodded. He still didn't understand the situation in the Emperor's city. After all, with the second immortal elder holding the fort, the situation wouldn't be too bad. The realm crossing formation had been activated. It was moving towards the Emperor's city at top speed. Time passed bit by bit. After a day and a night, the realm crossing formation stabilized. A space-time tunnel opened. Why are there so few people in the realm crossing formation? Behind the Emperor's city, there was a black mountain range that stretched as far as the eye could see. It was magnificent. The Emperor's city was the gate of the immortal world. After passing through the Emperor's city, one would be in the immortal world. There was only one way to go from the 3 realms battlefield to the Emperor's city. One had to pass through the Emperor's city's sacred gate. There were tens of thousands of soldiers patrolling the gate. However, under the majestic and vast gate, these soldiers were as insignificant as dust. These people were puzzled. Once the realm crossing formation was activated, it would require a huge amount of resources. Why were there so few people this time? The second immortal elder, the Phoenix King, the heavenly monkey king, someone let out a shocking voice. He even saw the heavenly dragon lady and the others. What was going on? Wasn't the 3 realms battlefield filled with bloody battles? Why did they return at this time? That is, suddenly, a soldier lost control of his emotions. He pointed at a cold figure and said in a trembling voice, Look, that person looks exactly like Su Yan. Chapter 2037. Su Yan, it's really him. He's still alive. The soldiers of the city gate opened their eyes wide, and they all roared. The clouds in the sky exploded, and a storm swept through the distant world, causing half of the imperial city to be shaken. Who? I seem to have heard Su Yan's name. Su Yan, the war god imperial prince who died in 3 World Mountain. Could it be that he returned alive? In a short period of time, the imperial city was in an uproar. What was going on? Had Su Yan returned? My husband is back. The pregnant bamboo moon heard the commotion in the imperial city. She cried tears of joy, and her face was full of smiles. Su Yan had returned. She had been looking forward to it for many years, and she had always been worried. Finally, this day had come. Bamboo Moon took a deep breath and slowly appeared at the gate of the mansion. She looked into the distance, and her face was full of smiles. The storm in the imperial city continued. War god Imperial Prince Su Yan had returned alive. Lei Hongbao, who was leisurely strolling in the city, was so shocked that he almost fell to the ground. That person had survived? How is this possible? The Immortal Elder Institute was in an uproar. A group of people were arguing about who should guard the great Immortal Elder's coffin. Now that they heard the news outside, they were all petrified, and their brains couldn't react. He's still alive. Xian Wei Huan was in disbelief, and his eyes widened. Then his heart overflowed with anger. Once Su Yan returned, he would inherit the great immortal elder's inheritance. Good. A group of old experts under the space-time emperor laughed heartily. There was finally news about the space-time emperor's personal disciple. They believed that the great immortal elder would be at ease if he knew. War God Imperial Prince has returned. The storm in the Imperial City became more and more vast, causing a huge uproar. The news was shocking. Large groups of experts rushed to the Imperial City gate, and their fanatical eyes looked at the figure that passed through the sacred gate. They were immediately overwhelmed with emotions. Back then, the immortal devil battlefield fought against the experts of the dark world, and the creatures in the Imperial City remembered Su Yan's appearance. Moreover, he returned with the second immortal elder, so his identity could be confirmed. This matter was too sudden. This was also the only good news he had heard since the great immortal elder had fallen. Su Yan's footsteps were steady as his deep eyes stared at the boiling D-City. He had a premonition that this trip would be very difficult. He felt as if he was in the eye of the storm, and he felt a kind of pressure. Since I'm here, I can't back down. Su Yan's eyes shot out cold lightning. His body was full of mighty divine might, and he was filled with an incomparably heavy aura. The experts gathered at the city gate felt suffocated and trembled. What a war god Imperial Prince! The man growled with red eyes. Su Yan is the only personal disciple of the great immortal elder. Although the great immortal elder died in battle, the glory of the invincible bloodline continues. I believe that in the future, Su Yan will be even more terrifying and peerless. These words gained the approval of a large number of experts. The three battles of the Great War of the Immortal and Devil were still vivid in their minds. Their blood boiled as they shouted loudly. From this, one could see just how great Su Yan's prestige was right now. The old monkey released a breath of relief. With Su Yan's current prestige, even the Xian people and Reincarnation Emperor clan wouldn't dare to deliberately target him. He was already no longer an ordinary person. He possessed heaven-overflowing prestige, not inferior to immortal kings. He was even the space-time emperor's personal disciple. Phoenix King Yiling Tian looked at him and said, "You are the immortal elder of Immortal Academy. Right now, you are in charge of the great immortal elder's decree. Go to Imperial City and gather the experts under the great immortal elder. Don't tell them that the great immortal elder's corpse has returned yet. Find a suitable time to announce this matter." The great immortal elder's corpse was brought back by Su Yan. If this matter was announced properly, it would be of great use. Everything was to pave the way for Su Yan to smoothly inherit the great immortal elder's three realms heavenly river. The Phoenix King stared blankly for a moment, and then he nodded. Although the great immortal elder didn't have any personal disciples, he had nurtured large amounts of experts back then. Most of these people became the masters of great sects or the rulers of clans. Their statuses were all extraordinary. Let's go together. The old monkey also went with the Phoenix King. This matter was of great importance. The sooner it was resolved, the better. This was to prevent other unforeseen events from happening. The moment Su Yan stepped into Imperial City, Xian Weihuan and a large group of experts arrived. All of them looked at Su Yan. It was actually him. How did Su Yan survive? The Three Realms Mountain was a land of death. It was a miracle that he could return alive. Su Yan didn't find any traces of the young emperor. Just as he was about to leave, Xian Weihuan hurriedly said, "Su Yan, don't be in a hurry to leave. How did you come out?" Su Yan forcefully suppressed the anger in his heart and said indifferently, "I will give you an answer soon. I have some important matters to attend to now. I will be back soon." He was nervous and expectant. How was Bamboo Moon? His wife had been pregnant for so long. Su Yan was worried sick. Now that he had returned to Imperial City, the person he wanted to see the most was Bamboo Moon. He didn't give him any face at all. Xian Weihuan's heart was cold, but Yi Linyun and the others were here. He calmed down and said with a smile, "Su Yan, this matter is too big. I heard that the great immortal elder fell into the Three Realms Mountain. Did you search for him?" "Xian Weihuan, you have a lot of questions." Yi Linyun frowned and stared at him with a cold gaze. He shouted, "Su Yan has already explained everything to me. I will make an announcement tomorrow when I have the time." "Second Immortal Elder, I am just concerned. There is no need to be angry." Xian Weihuan's expression was unkind. At the same time, his heart sank. Second Immortal Elder suddenly returned at this time. It should be for the supreme treasure left behind by the great immortal elder. Most importantly, it concerned who would inherit the space-time emperor's position after his death. This was the most important matter. Yi Linyan snorted. He didn't leave Xian Wei Huan and directly went to the immortal cave. The great immortal elder had fallen. Right now, Yi Linyan was the expert with the greatest authority in Immortal Elder Academy, unless the left and right great deans came out of seclusion. However, even if they came out, Yi Linyan had the emperor decree left behind by the space-time emperor so he could call upon the world. However, Yi Linyan had a feeling that if Su Yin wanted to smoothly inherit the space-time emperor's inheritance, it definitely wouldn't go smoothly. Tai Baokai was extremely excited, calling for East Demon and the others to hurry up and set out. Su Yin is too impatient, not waiting for us. Fairy Xia giggled. In the blink of an eye, he already disappeared. Let's hurry up and leave. East Demon also revealed a smile, the haze around his body dispersing quite a bit. Su Yin was about to become a father. Hurry up and see how my great-nephew is doing. Tai Baokai grinned and laughed loudly. I wonder if it's great-nephew or great-niece. Haha, it's already been so many years. I reckon she's about to give birth. Their expressions were all excited, and they quickly approached the mansion. This was the mansion that Immortal Elder Academy had given Su Yin. During these years, Bamboo Moon had always lived here. Bamboo Moon stuck out her big belly. Although her face looked a bit pale, she looked left and right. Seeing Fairy Xia and the others, Bamboo Moon was pleasantly surprised, waving her hands at them. Long Day Song cried out loudly, rushing up to carry Bamboo Moon, running around the courtyard happily. Ow! Daesung shook its head, incomparably cheerful. Little White Dragon, slow down. Bamboo Moon was beaming with joy. She was still worried that the baby would be affected, so she patted its big head, calming it down. Long Daesung's knees were on the ground, grinning from ear to ear. Tai Baokai and the others laughed loudly. The atmosphere in the courtyard was very lively. Bamboo Moon should be very close to giving birth. In the blink of an eye, 7 or 8 years had passed. Time really passed quickly. Hey, where did Su Yin go? Fairy Xia was a bit surprised. Seeing that Bamboo Moon's expression was also a bit strange, she frowned and said, This Su Yin clearly came before us. Why isn't he here yet? He came first? Bamboo Moon was surprised. It seemed like she had wronged Su Yin. East Demon suddenly suggested that Bamboo Moon leave Emperor City and go to Phoenix King's King City to recuperate. Mu Xian had also returned, so Mu Xian should bring Bamboo Moon out of Emperor City. What happened? Bamboo Moon was surprised. She frowned slightly and asked, Big Brother East Demon, for me to leave in such a hurry, is Emperor City not peaceful? Great Immortal Elder has fallen. Su Yin is Great Immortal Elder's only personal disciple. The following days won't be so easy. East Demon's consideration was very thorough. He was worried that it would affect Bamboo Moon, so he suggested to let Bamboo Moon leave Emperor City. Bamboo Moon also sighed. Great Immortal Elder had taken great care of Su Yin. He had once said that Su Yin was his personal disciple. She thought carefully and understood. This matter was related to Great Immortal Elder's inheritance, and it already involved the battle of the strongest in the immortal world. If it was in the past, Su Yin wouldn't have the qualifications. But now, Su Yin's prestige was peerless, and even the graceful bearing of Princess and the others had been suppressed by him. Su Yin was simply an overlord in the immortal dimension, and he was a supreme expert that was extremely popular. Not to mention that the current Su Yin already possessed the ability to fight with a grand completion immortal king. Those below the Emperor realm who could do anything to Su Yin could definitely be counted on one's fingers. Bamboo Moon, when the child is born, you must acknowledge me as your godmother. Mu Xian was like a curious baby. She touched Bamboo Moon's bulging belly and giggled. King City is a good place. Although it's not as prosperous as Emperor City, it's still suitable for cultivation. Of course, of course. Bamboo Moon smiled happily. When Su Yin comes back, I'll ask him what he thinks. There are still a few years before the child is born. The group chatted and laughed. However, after waiting for almost 2 hours, Su Yin still hadn't come. Bamboo Moon frowned. She felt a bit uneasy. The Heavenly Force King left silently to find the Phoenix King. He also didn't find any trace of Su Yin. Su Yin disappeared. The Phoenix King's expression sank. This was Emperor City. How could a living person like Su Yin disappear? I'll go to the Immortal Cave to ask. The Heavenly Force King's mind was heavy. Anyone who wanted to go to the Immortal Cave had to pass through the gates. There were no shortcuts. The guards in this region told the Heavenly Force King that Su Yin had just arrived. This left the Heavenly Force King confused. With the Heavenly Force King's identity, he could easily find out Su Yan's whereabouts. Where is Heavenly Elder Yiling? The Heavenly Force King's face fell. Immortal Elder Academy's lockdown was extremely tight. Xian Wei Huan told the Heavenly Force King that Immortal Elder Academy was holding a high-level meeting. No one was allowed to enter. I'm not sure about that, Xian Wei Huan calmly replied. Then, his figure disappeared. This made the Heavenly Force King's expression become ugly. However, he couldn't force his way into Immortal Elder Academy. The Heavenly Force King quickly returned. He felt like something wasn't right. Su Yin didn't have the qualifications to participate in Immortal Elder Academy's high-level meeting. The Heavenly Force King smiled as he returned. He told Bamboo Moon, "This matter is extremely urgent. Su Yin can't return for now. Immortal Elder Academy is holding a great meeting. Su Yin can't leave at all. I'll deal with him when he comes back." Bamboo Moon released a snort. However, the worry in her heart disappeared. East Demon frowned. He pulled the Heavenly Force King to the side and asked. The Heavenly Force King's expression immediately became ugly. He said with a low voice, "Su Yin went to Immortal Elder Academy. There hasn't been any news of him since." What? East Demon's expression changed greatly. "I'm going to notify the Phoenix King. I've already notified him." The Heavenly Force King stopped East Demon and said, "Don't worry, with Su Yan's current identity and status, there are some people who won't forcefully kill Su Yan." East Demon's face fell. Su Yin grasped the 9 escapes, so who could force him to go to Immortal Elder Academy? This matter was a bit too big, making East Demon a bit flustered. In reality, when Su Yin was on his way to the mansion, he was dragged away by an extremely terrifying power. This was a power that originated from Emperor City. He didn't even have time to resist before he was directly brought to Immortal Elder Academy. However, as soon as he arrived at Immortal Elder Academy, his figure flickered again, and then he appeared on a silver star. This was the great Immortal Elder's Cave. He had been transported here in a ridiculous manner. Su Yan's expression was cold. He was calm from start to finish. With his terrifying wisdom, even if heaven and earth collapsed in front of him, he wouldn't panic. Great Immortal Elder's Cave. Su Yin was shocked. Soon after, he vaguely discovered that the Emperor corpse floating in the 3 realms' ancient well faintly trembled. This made Su Yin shocked. He carefully observed, but he didn't discover any problems. He frowned. Was a misconception? Strange. Su Yan's eyes focused. There was an elder in a wind and thunder robe in front of him. It was the 3rd Immortal Elder, Thunder Immortal Elder. Thunder Immortal Elder. Su Yan's expression turned cold. He looked at Thunder Immortal Elder, who was sitting in front of him. He had already treated the Great Immortal's Cave as his own territory. He tasted the fine wine and said with a face full of smiles, "I remember telling you before that the underworld ocean won't be able to trap me forever. Su Yin, I truly underestimated you." Thunder Immortal Elder put down his wine cup and exclaimed, "You won 3 out of 3 battles on the Immortal Devil battlefield, becoming the Imperial War God of the Immortal World. Your prestige is at the peak. You truly have achieved great success at such a young age. This old man is truly envious." I still remember Great Immortal Elder saying back then that the Immortal Cave still has room for people. He truly has a good eye. You also make me envious. A sinner who was banished to the underworld ocean by Great Immortal Elder is now sitting upright in Great Immortal's Cave, tasting fine wine and looking down on me. Su Yan's black hair draped over his shoulders. He coldly said, Thunder Immortal Elder, you are so carefree. Ha ha. Thunder Immortal Elder laughed loudly with a proud expression. Su Yin, you are a smart person. You are not Great Immortal Elder's direct disciple, and you don't even have any inheritance of Great Immortal Elder. Give me a straightforward answer. Can you give up the 3 realms and heavenly rivers? What if I say no? Su Yin narrowed his eyes and looked at him. You came from the human world, not the immortal world. Thunder Immortal Elder sat in front with a terrifying aura. He coldly said, I am standing in the Immortal Cave, the core organization of the immortal world. Since I, Su Yin, dare to come to the Imperial City and dare to come back, I will not be afraid of you, Thunder Immortal Elder. Su Yin coldly shouted, truly presumptuous. Do you really think you are the invincible immortal World War God? Thunder Immortal Elder waved his hand, and the entire world became dark. He coldly laughed. You can live until now because of Great Immortal Elder. Now that the Space-Time Emperor has fallen, who can help you? Chapter 2038. At this time, Thunder Immortal Elder's aura flourished endlessly. This entire world was trembling fiercely, the sky filled with destructive lightning radiance, streak after streak, thick as if they descended from the heavens. Lightning natural laws filled the sky like an ocean, accompanied by a rain of lightning destructive light, revealing a terrifying heaven-splitting power. Suddenly, Thunder Immortal Elder changed, his figure appearing supreme, as if he turned into an unrivaled immortal king, looking down on Su Yin from high above. The aura released from his body, in particular, became more and more shocking, as if he was a lightning Tao emperor. Thunder Immortal Elder, you truly surprised me. Su Yin sighed in admiration. You actually stepped into the great success Immortal King domain. Do you want me to congratulate you? Many years ago, I almost broke through. Otherwise, how could I have the qualifications to become Immortal Elder Academy's 3rd Immortal Elder? Thunder Immortal Elder's entire body surged with destructive lightning radiance, surging violently, surging within Great Immortal Elder's cave. He laughed loudly and said, Underworld C has been suppressed for so many years. Honestly speaking, I really have to thank Great Immortal Elder. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to attack into the great success Immortal King domain in these few short years. Truly hypocritical. Su Yin shook his head, saying, Since you say you are thanking me, yet now you are forcefully making things difficult for me. Thunder Immortal Elder, you are even more shameless than before, standing in Great Immortal Elder's cave. Even a sinner can be upright. Su Yin, you better correct your attitude. Do you know who you are speaking to? Do you still think Great Immortal Elder is still alive? Thunder Immortal Elder's large hand slammed heavily onto the purple gold table, shouting fiercely, I am already a great success Immortal King. I can replace Yi Linyun's position at any time. From now on, Immortal Elder Academy will be in charge. Do you understand what this means? Thunder Immortal Elder, if you have something to say, just say it directly. There is no need to beat around the bush. Su Yan's eyes released cold energy. The situation was countless times worse than what he imagined. Thunder Immortal Elder actually dared to speak such words, to the extent where Yi Linyun might have also encountered great trouble. The situation was a bit big, even more cruel than what Su Yin expected. Thunder Immortal Elder moved himself here, most likely to scheme for Great Immortal Elder's inheritance. This matter might even threaten his life. Su Yin suddenly discovered that the path of Immortal Realm had come to an end. There was already no place for him to go. The Xian people and Reincarnation Emperor. Since things had already reached this stage, he truly felt like he was in a whirlpool. If he wasn't careful, his body would be smashed into pieces. Now, the situation, Su Yin. The situation, since now, Su Yin, and with the situation Elder, Immortal Elder. Immortal Elders of Immortal Elder, and of Elder of Immortal. Of Immortal, of Immortal. You also said before that I didn't receive any inheritance from the Great Immortal Elder. Su Yin shook his head slightly and said in a deep voice, "Now, you are forcing me to hand over Immortal Elder's inheritance. Immortal Elder, when will you wake up from your dream?" It seems like Su Yin paused and then smiled. "You guys have already come into contact with a immortal realm, but unfortunately, you guys can't control it." Impudent. Lei Xian Lao's aura was incomparably terrifying. He had forcefully collapsed the purple gold table in front of him. His aura was incomparably powerful and was filled with a supreme fluctuation that could destroy the heavens and the earth. It was extremely turbulent as it pressed towards Su Yin. "Thunder Immortal Elder, do you think I'm still the Su Yin from back then? Do you think I can be oppressed by you?" Su Yin sneered. "Put away your prestige. You can't scare me." Su Yin. The mysterious sky armor covered Su Yan's body, making him look extremely powerful. No matter how terrifying the lightning was, it couldn't force Su Yin to lower his head. "Thunder Immortal Elder, there's no need to beat around the bush. Just say it," Su Yin said coldly. "I want to see what you're going to do. How are you going to deal with me?" "Good lad, you have guts. You can still stay calm at this time. I really underestimated you." Thunder Immortal Elder laughed in anger, and his eyes scanned the immortal realm. A silver lake made his eyes red, and he said in a deep voice, "But I'm not joking. If you don't agree, you'll lose everything." "What do you want?" Su Yin was furious. "Be smart and hand over the inheritance left by Immortal Elder. Don't hold anything back." Thunder Immortal Elder's face was unusually cold, and he said, "Don't think that I don't have the means to kill you, Su Yin, with your prestige now. You're just an ant in my eyes in the deity's cave. What other request do you have?" Su Yin pointed at Thunder Immortal Elder and shouted angrily, "Spit it out. Tell me everything. What else do you want?" "Lad, you're really not afraid of death." Thunder Immortal Elder waved his hand and opened a space-time crack. He said coldly, "I've already told you that I'm in charge of the deity's cave now. Since you don't know what's good for you, I'll replace you with someone else. However, I still have to thank you for allowing my son, Big Thunder, to obtain such a great opportunity." Boom! At this moment, the Imperial City rumbled violently, and loud noises echoed in the sky. "What's that?" Everyone cried out in shock. The Imperial City's sky was so deep, but now a space-time crack suddenly appeared. It was as if the place where the gods returned to was opened. The aura was terrifying and unparalleled. Countless creatures trembled. This crack was a little terrifying. It was as if the heavens had opened their eyes. Purple light overflowed, and supreme laws of order filled the sky. It was accompanied by great fortune, great atmosphere, and great opportunities. Boom! It was as if the origin of the deity's world had opened. Millions of auspicious clouds flowed out, and a vast divine rain of light rose. Faintly, there was also the sound of scriptures being chanted. It was as if the ancestors of heaven and earth were chanting scriptures. It formed all kinds of terrifying phenomena, such as a true dragon lying down, a deity phoenix spreading its wings, a white tiger stepping into the sky, and a Kuan Peng emerging from a sea. What a terrifying atmosphere. What a dense origin aura. Everyone trembled. It was as if they had been baptized. Everyone's flesh was bright, and they felt that their bodies were full of vitality. Especially for the experts of the older generation, it was even more important. The entire Imperial City was grand and dignified. Great Tao seeds were blooming all over the sky, developing the most powerful path of the Immortal King. It was as if the fruits of the great Tao were being created. Auspicious multicolored light was like a sea, surging and blossoming. It was becoming more and more shocking. Cheers were released from many regions, wave after wave, and soon it surged violently. What happened? Many people were incomparably shocked. The heavenly dragon girl cried out excitedly. Su Yin went to the Immortal Kingland of Fortune. He went to the Immortal Kingland of Fortune. She pointed at the space-time crack. There was an extremely resplendent figure, so resplendent that it made one's eyes bleed. That was Su Yan's figure. It was as if he was standing at the peak of the immortal world, bathing in the boundless origin aura. The Tenrai of Beach walked over step by step. This was the land of fortune he yearned for even in his dreams, the shortcut to becoming an immortal king. Su Yin, it has been hard on you. The Tenrai of Beach sneered and said, the Three Realms' heavenly river is the strongest supreme treasure of the immortal world. How can it fall into the hands of the human world? If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for being too greedy and not knowing when to stop. His figure entered the land of fortune, receiving the baptism of the great fortune of the immortal world. This crack also quickly returned to silence. Imperial War God. The entire city was in an uproar, and shouts rang out. Their emotions were surging. Su Yin was going to the immortal king land of fortune. Perhaps on the day he came out of seclusion, he would step into the immortal king realm. The future Su Yin would definitely be the most terrifying immortal king in the immortal world. He might even step into the monarch realm one day. The space-time emperor has a successor. In the future, he will definitely continue the glory of the space-time emperor. Many old experts roared. The fall of the space-time emperor made it difficult for them to forget. Now, Su Yan's powerful rise made them feel gratified. He's going just like that? Tai Baokai was shocked. He was extremely excited, but also extremely worried. He said, this is a bit unexpected. However, Immortal Old Academy's experts are letting Su Yin go to the immortal king land of fortune ahead of time. Isn't this the same as letting Su Yin give up on fighting over the space-time emperor's inheritance? East Demon laughed loudly, and then said, actually, I don't think this is much. Compared to Su Yin, once he steps into the immortal king realm, when he is powerful enough in the future, he can also seize back the space-time emperor's inheritance. These words make sense. The heavenly power king nodded. Then, he said with a sigh, who knows how many years it will take before we can see Su Yin again. We also have to work hard, cannot let Su Yin continuously surpass us. Bamboo Moon, what's wrong with you? Fairy Zixia saw that Su Yin's expression wasn't right. She consoled. It's definitely because the matter is a bit urgent. Don't you understand Su Yan's character? Bamboo Moon shook her head, looking at the place where the figure disappeared. But why did she feel that that person wasn't Su Yin? Although she still couldn't see that person's appearance, Bamboo Moon had a very strong intuition that that person wasn't Su Yin. Could it be that her intuition was wrong? Oh, whoa! All of a sudden, Long Daesong went berserk, roaring in a low voice. Daesong, are you crazy? Tai Baotsai's face turned pale. Daesong felt that that person wasn't a stay-at-home dad at all. There wasn't a single trace of Su Yan's aura. It was a completely different person. What did you say? The Heavenly Power King's head was buzzing. It wasn't Su Yin? Then who was it? Little White Dragon, do you have this feeling too? Bamboo Moon was terrified. Just what had happened? Su Yan's place of good fortune was taken by someone else. Then where did Su Yin go? How is this possible? Tai Baokai was incomparably irritable. His eyes were red. He felt that the world was somewhat gloomy, and the future was filled with great fear. Something big has happened. East Demon let out an angry roar. No wonder the Phoenix King hasn't returned after such a long time. This is bad. Su Yin must have encountered a great danger. Don't act rashly, Heavenly Dragon Lady said with a trembling voice. I'll go find my master. Don't panic. I'll go find my master. She seemed to be very flustered. This matter was a bit ridiculous. Who was the mastermind behind all of this? Ha ha. Ha ha! On the Silver Planet, in the Great Immortal's Cave, Su Yin raised his head and laughed loudly. One laugh after another. He laughed very crazily. What are you laughing at? Thunder Immortal Elder's face was gloomy, and said, Su Yin, the Immortal King's place of good fortune is already gone. What else can you lose? Right now, everyone in the world thinks that you, Su Yin, have entered the Immortal King's place of good fortune. No one knows that you are here, and perhaps thousands of years later, the world will forget about you. I'm just laughing. Su Yin pointed at Thunder Immortal Elder and sneered. A person can be this shameless, and this vicious. You're really on par with the young emperor. Su Yin, You still dare to humiliate me at a time like this." Suddenly, the young emperor came and said coldly, "I didn't expect you to come out alive, but you shouldn't have come back. You shouldn't have coveted the space-time emperor's treasure, but I still have to thank you for your return. You allowed the Tenrai of Beach to get the chance to cultivate in the immortal king's place of good fortune, and I will become the new great immortal. What a perfect thing. We don't need to fight anymore." Chapter 2039. Young Emperor, you're finally willing to show yourself. Suyan's eyes were filled with anger. The blood in his body was boiling, and his eyes were filled with sorrow. The great immortal elder was killed by him. Thinking of the scene where the space-time emperor was surrounded by the three ancestral gods of the dark world, Suyan's hair stood on end. He clenched his fists, and his body was filled with killing intent. The young emperor now stood above the space-time emperor's cave abode and even wanted to take away the grand immortal elder's three realms galaxy. Suyan's heart was filled with grief. If he had not noticed this beforehand, Xiao Di might have been able to get away with it. How angry would the great deity in the underworld be then? "Don't call me young emperor. Call me grand immortal elder." The young emperor corrected Su Yin and looked down at Su Yin. He wasn't in a hurry to make him kneel. He wanted to see if this would drive him crazy. "Young emperor, the grand immortal elder's position." Thunder immortal elder frowned. This was the position he had always dreamed of, but the young emperor clearly wanted to take the grand immortal elder's position. In fact, the young emperor's realm was still far from becoming one of the three giants of the Immortal Elder Academy. "Thunder Immortal Elder, listen to me." The young emperor waved his hand and stopped Thunder Immortal Elder. "I am the Grand Immortal Elder, and you are the second Immortal Elder of the Immortal Elder Academy. I am very close to ascending to the throne. When the time comes, I will replace Dean Zhu's position, and the Grand Immortal Elder will be yours." Thunder Immortal Elder was shocked. The young emperor was truly awesome. Did he really think that emperors were like cabbages? Did he really think that the emperor's domain could be cultivated so easily? Did he really think that he could become an emperor just because he had enough talent and background? In short, the core power of the Immortal Elder Academy will be in our hands. The young emperor looked like he was the ruler of the world. He said softly, "We will ensure that the core of the immortal realm has a pure bloodline to prevent those from the lower worlds from stealing the fruits of our labor." "Ha ha ha." Su Yin laughed, but his laughter was indescribably sad. "Are you still questioning me?" Xiao Di frowned and looked down at Su Yin. He shook his head and said, "Su Yin, blame yourself for being born in the wrong era and race. I agree with your strength, but it's a pity that you're from the lower bound. I just feel sorry for the immortal realm." Su Yin shook his head and said with disdain, "I really don't know what Immortal Elder Academy was called that day. It really is rotten to the core. Will the immortal realm still have any hope of contending against the dark world in the future?" With just a few words, Xiao Di had confirmed the future of the core of the immortal world. If it had been anyone else, they would have been scared out of their wits by King of Bullshit's words. "You really want to suffer?" Xiao Di's eyes flashed coldly as he walked toward Su Yin, forcing him to kneel in front of him. "Young Emperor, please wait." Thunder Immortal Elder stopped him and said coldly, "Su Yin, let's not waste words. Hand over the great Immortal Elder's inheritance, and it must be complete. Otherwise, the others will die." This was a blatant threat. Thunder Immortal Elder let loose and sneered. "Tai Bao Kai and the others are all here in the Imperial City. You won't just watch them die, right?" Boom! At this moment, Xiao Di reached out and pulled the Heavenly Dragon Colt who had just stepped into the Immortal's cave. He was very fast. Heavenly Dragon Maiden wanted to use her myriad dragon armor to resist, but she was not as fast as Xiao Di. "Su Yin." Heavenly Dragon Maiden's expression changed drastically. She then saw Xiao Di and Thunder Immortal Elder and lost control. "Thunder Immortal Elder, what happened? Who was the one who entered the Immortal King's fortune land?" "My son, Big Thunder," Thunder Immortal Elder replied. "This should have been the opportunity of the Tenrai of Beach." Thunder Immortal Elder, Heavenly Dragon Maiden, was flustered and exasperated. How dare he say such a thing? At the same time, She also recognized the severity of the situation. I'm sorry, Heavenly Dragon Maiden. You'll have to stay here for the next few days. Shouty's tone was gentle. Of course, you don't have to worry. I'm not targeting you on purpose. I'm just trying to prevent any accidents from happening. Are you crazy, Shouty? Heavenly Dragon Maiden roared. What are you trying to do? What am I trying to do? You're from the world of immortals, Shouty roared. Are you going to stand by and watch someone from the lower worlds obtain an emperor's legacy and enter an immortal king's fortune? These things belong to the world of immortals. They have nothing to do with Su Yin. You're crazy, Shouty. You're crazy. Heavenly Dragon Maiden shrieked. They had suppressed her here to prevent her from informing Dinswa. After all, suppressing Su Yin was a huge matter. They had to be careful and prudent. Thunder Immortal Elder smiled. Heavenly Dragon Maiden, I'll send you to the Emperor's Star Dao Cavern soon. You must be tired from the continuous battles. It's time to rest. You bastard Shouty. You won't get your way. Heavenly Dragon Maiden struggled madly, but to no avail. She couldn't even move a finger. Where are Yi Lin Yun and the Phoenix King? Su Yan's expression was completely cold. They've been suppressed. Shouty laughed. A mere Phoenix King can become an elder of the Immortal Elder? What a joke. The Immortal Elder is the core organization of the immortal world. It must be controlled by the Emperor clans. There will be a great purge in the near future. You, Heavenly Dragon Maiden, was stunned. Heavenly Dragon Maiden was truly frightened. The Immortal Cavern was established to resist the Dark World. The Grand Immortal Elder and the others had stood up to prevent the Immortal Cavern from being controlled by the Emperor clans. Therefore, of the 3 heavyweights of the Immortal Elder, the left, right, and Grand Immortal Elder weren't members of the Emperor clans. 10 Grand Immortal Elders, 3 heavyweights, and 13 members. They all had great authority in the immortal world. If these positions were distributed to the Emperor clans, the Immortal Caverns era would come to an end. It seems the immortal world is about to change. Su Yin looked up at the sky and murmured, "The Grand Immortal Elder has fallen. One of the 3 heavyweights of the Immortal Elder will be gone. This organization will cease to exist in the future. I wonder what the fate of the immortal world will be like." "You're worrying too much," Shouty shouted. "What's the point of wasting words? I can tell you right now that for each day you don't speak, I'll kill 1 person each day. I'll start with the Phoenix King, an ignorant monkey, and then a bunch of trash from the mortal world." Shouty's murderous intent was as terrifying as the ocean. He looked like a demon from hell. "Su Yin, if you don't speak up after I've killed all of them, you'll die here too," he growled. "Su Yin, as long as you speak, they can all live and leave the immortal world." Thunder Immortal Elder snorted. "If you keep your mouth shut, there's no room for discussion. But if you cooperate, maybe you won't die. My decision to come to the immortal world back then was truly a mistake." Su Yin sighed. "As long as you understand," Shouty shouted. "Su Yin, you're a smart man. Submitting to us is not a bad thing. You'll be the number 1 clan below the Emperor clans. But I've gained a lot over the years. It's not a bad decision." Su Yin took a deep breath. His black hair draped over his shoulders. He suddenly smiled. "The Phoenix King and the Monkey King treated me well. The Grand Immortal saw me as his personal disciple. Before I leave, I want to tell everyone the truth." "What are you trying to say?" Shouty's expression darkened. Su Yin must know something fishy about the Grand Immortal's death. Thunder Immortal Elder frowned. "What truth?" Su Yin seemed to know something. Actually, when Shouty was ready to suppress Su Yin, Thunder Immortal Elder felt that he was too impatient. He couldn't wait to kill Su Yin. But it had to be said that he was well prepared. It seemed that when the Grand Immortal died, he was already planning to get the Grand Immortal's inheritance. After all, there were many Xian people in the Immortal Cave. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to suppress Yi Lin Yun and the Phoenix King. Celestial Dragon Maiden. Su Yin looked at her and sighed. "If I die in battle, I'm afraid it'll be bad for you. I hope you won't blame me." "Su Yin, what are you doing?" Celestial Dragon Maiden was shocked. 2 great immortal kings were here. Did Su Yin have a chance to fight back? "Back in the day, my celestial court sent one invincible powerhouse after another to the immortal world. Su Yin suddenly roared. How elegant and domineering that was. Now they think that my celestial court is finished, that there's no one left, and that they can bully and be domineering. But I, Su Yin, am not a pushover. I'll let them oppress me. His hair was flying wildly, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. His blood was boiling with anger. He had never been so furious before. The power in his body was erupting. He had reached the limit of his endurance. Today, even if I die in battle, I believe that the master of the celestial court will return. The hundreds of millions of troops of the celestial court will come back and avenge us. Su Yan's last sentence made Xiao Di shout angrily. Shut up, you evil creature. You won't cry until you see the coffin. Xiao Di's hair was flying wildly. In an instant, he charged forward. He wanted to make Su Yin kneel here and know what the supreme combat power of a great immortal king was. With a roar, Su Yan's aura climbed infinitely. First, he activated the heavenly mysterious battle armor and the humanoid puppet. Su Yin had the three-realm sky well. He didn't need to worry about his own foundation at all, because he had endless foundation to explode and burn. He could stay in the immortal king realm from beginning to end. He can actually explode with the combat power of an immortal king. Celestial Dragon Maiden was shocked. She even believed that Su Yin, who was ready to wreak havoc in the immortal cave and imperial city, would definitely have more combat power. Even if you're a great immortal king, you'll have to kneel before me. Xiao Di's combat power was stimulated to the peak. He waved his palm forward. This palm was earth-shattering, as if it was moving the universe of the immortal realm. It covered the sky and the earth. Suppress. Xiao Di controlled heaven and earth. Suddenly, Su Yan's combat power was extremely strong, but in front of his palm, he seemed extremely small and weak. Boom! Suddenly, the world turned upside down. One after another, hidden armors appeared behind Su Yin. The moment the 9 great hidden armors rotated in the sky, the entire silver star roared violently. In an instant, the aura of an ancient great emperor gushed out. The silver star changed, as if it had turned into the sleeping space-time emperor. It gradually awakened in its sleep and finally revealed a terrifying emperor's aura. Great Immortal Elder. It's the Great Immortal Elder. Yi Lin Yun and Phoenix King were suppressed in a world pagoda. They were ecstatic. Could the Great Immortal Elder still be alive? The entire starry sky was trembling, as if a giant god of chaos had turned over in his sleep. The aura it emitted was boundless and terrifying. How is this possible? Xiao Di's expression changed drastically. What the hell was this? It had activated the Emperor's order that was dormant in the Great Immortal Cave. One had to know that the art of divination measured the strength of a killing trap according to the layout of heaven and earth. Now, Su Yin was standing above the Great Immortal Cave, activating the 9 great hidden armors and activating the sleeping Silver Emperor Star. In an instant, the young Emperor and Thunder Immortal Elder trembled, and the Silver Star exploded. All the seals of order had exploded. Everyone in the Immortal Cave was stunned. What was going on? They saw Xiao Di and Thunder Immortal Elder. Then, they saw a very familiar person. Wasn't that Su Yin? How did he step into the Immortal King's fortune land? And now, he was standing above the Great Immortal Cave. Everyone was scared silly. Why was Su Yin here? What on earth had happened? Oh no! The experts of the Xian people's lineage were shocked and felt despair. Su Yin had killed his way out, and under such circumstances, he had activated the Emperor's cave's supreme power. I can't take it anymore. Why should I take it anymore? Today I, Su Yin, will kill you even if I die in battle. I won't regret it. Su Yin roared, and the 9 great hidden armors covered the sky. It carried the Emperor's divine aura that even immortal kings feared. In an instant, it suppressed Xiao Di and Thunder Immortal Elder. Let me recommend a history book, Sun and Moon Elegance. It was written by my good friend, Brother Desert. It's a masterpiece of history. Readers who like to read history can read it. Chapter 2040. The heavens collapsed and the earth cracked. The entire resplendent starry sky world was shaking. A silver star welcomed a great eruption, as if a sleeping emperor was awakening. The power it unleashed was world-shocking, making the primal chaos in the sky rumble violently. The entire Emperor Star was shaking with light. This was the awakening of a peerless and terrifying aura. It swept through the heavens and earth, shaking the core world of the immortal world. Immortal Cave, this glorious land, at this moment, because of a person's heaven-defying awakening, began to crawl and tremble. Everyone was shocked. This was a divine might that was difficult to resist. It filled this world, about to suppress the Emperor Star world. Su Yin, countless disciples in Immortal Cave cried out. They found it hard to believe. Didn't this person go to the Immortal King's place of good fortune just now? Why was he now standing above the space-time Emperor's cave, releasing endless killing intent? At the same time, in Immortal Elder Academy, group after group of old cultivators were dumbstruck. Originally, they wanted to see the space-time Emperor's personal disciple, but Su Yin suddenly went to the Immortal King's place of good fortune, leaving them a bit disappointed. Then, at this moment, what exactly happened? Who exactly was the expert who stepped into the Immortal King's place of good fortune? Kill, Su Yin roared. His figure became incomparably terrifying in a short period of time. Following the revival of the Silver Star, the sky was filled with Emperor's might. This was the aura accumulated in the space-time Emperor's Cave. It erupted endlessly, shaking the entire sky. Heavens, the experts trembled. The vast divine power directly filled the deity's cave, causing their bodies to feel like they were about to break apart. The entire Imperial Star was shaking. If it wasn't for the star's exceptional defensive power, Su Yan's outburst would have caused a cruel bloodbath. Bastard! Thunder Immortal Elder cried out miserably. He definitely couldn't imagine that Su Yin could defy the heavens and break through the situation. He could erupt with terrifying strength, erupting with the strength of a great success Immortal King. He could guide the accumulated Emperor's might of the space-time Emperor. Now that things had come to this, what else could be said? He had to get rid of him as fast as lightning. Boom! Elder Lei Xian's big hand slapped forward. Millions of lightning bolts welcomed the big explosion. It was as if a vast lightning abyss was created. The sky was filled with a rain of lightning. It was so terrifying that it was like the end of the world. The young emperor let out a furious roar as well. His giant palm slammed forward, as if he was trying to summon a majestic celestial realm. The celestial realm was flowing with the order of laws, and its aura was terrifying. This was the heaven-splitting immortal scripture and the heaven-splitting thunder scripture, two world-shaking divine abilities. The moment Thunder Immortal Elder and the young Emperor unleashed their combined power, a torrent of energy swept forward. What happened? Who can tell me? Someone roared, losing control of his emotions. Young Emperor and Elder Thunder Immortal were both grand completion immortal kings, almost invincible existences below the immortal Emperor realm. Now that they had joined forces to suppress Su Yin, who could tell them what had happened? Su Yan's entire body shone with boundless divine light as the 9 escapes merged into one. His black hair fluttered wildly, while a murderous glow surged within his eyes. He seemed as if he'd transformed into the Lord of the heavens and the earth, and he controlled the immortal dimension and commanded the world. So he's Su Yin, the Imperial War God? The disciples of the Grand Immortal Elder were incomparably shocked. What level of combat strength was this? The vast universe revolved around Su Yin, making him look like a supreme god. He could be said to be an invincible giant, accompanied by a vague emperor's aura. Suppress. Su Yan's arms rose and emitted an endless amount of power, causing the Silver Star to completely awaken. Moreover, it caused this ancient star region to shine as well. An ancient and terrifying divine might surged out, shocking the past and dazzling the present. This was the strongest Su Yin, the most terrifying Su Yin. He was like the Overlord who opened the sky, controlling the heavens of the universe. His left and right hands pressed forward at the same time, revealing a peerless, domineering aura. This kind of scene, this kind of terrifying majesty, shocked everyone in the Immortal Grotto. Even the old experts from the various clans who came to pay their respects were dumbfounded. This was the Imperial War God. This was the Imperial Tao, the domain of Su Yin. Because at this moment, he seemed to be standing at the peak of the immortal path, so terrifying that he was on par with the emperors. His left and right hands rose at the same time. Su Yin turned into a supreme god who commanded the world, suppressing thunder, immortal elder, and young emperor. Boom! The collision of the pinnacle gave rise to destructive waves in this ancient star-field world. It was like a huge mushroom cloud rising, and the sky exploded. There were also waves of vast auras that swept into the imperial city, causing a huge uproar. Roar! Long Daesong roared. It smelled the aura of its daddy. It rushed all the way, knocking away the guards of the immortal cave, and rushed toward the area where Su Yin was. At this time, the immortal's cave was in complete chaos. Su Yin was fighting against two great success immortal kings. His arms seemed to have crossed the river of time, and his divine power filled the sky as he clashed with the two super powerhouses, the young emperors. Many people felt that they were dreaming. What was this? What kind of fortune did Su Yin get? Could it be that he had already stepped into the immortal king realm and could compete with a great success immortal king? Ah, the two terrifying creatures, young emperor and thunder immortal elder, roared. Their combat strength was violent. The profound meanings of the two heaven-opening scriptures sputtered and surged violently in all directions. In a short period of time, their divine aura was unparalleled. They suppressed Su Yin so much that his arms were trembling slightly. After all, the two great success immortal kings joined forces. It was like two ancient worlds of the universe pressing down on Su Yin's body. Roar! The roar shook the sky. A mighty bee shadow with a dazzling golden shell charged over in an instant, crashing into a corner of the universe. Long Daesong's chi and blood were like the sea, and its dragon might was endless. It was as if the son of the ancestral dragon had come back to life, and it flowed with a prehistoric aura. The people were shocked. An immortal king mount carried Su Yin. The auras of the two experts climbed and merged into one, causing Su Yin's combat strength to soar by a large margin. To be precise, Long Daesong was only a fake immortal king now. He didn't have the combat strength of an immortal king. 9 escapes opened the heavens. Su Yin sat on the immortal king mount. The 9 great escapes descended with a rumble, as if he was the emperor of the world. He escaped into Su Yin's body, and the 8 great escapes revolve around Su Yin. When wind, fire, thunder, and lightning, billions of laws shook the vast world. Long Daesong's golden hooves sputtered flames as he stood on the silver stars. He raised his head and roared, making Su Yin look like a king descending to the world. All things in the world he might command. An angry roar, accompanied by the roars of dragons and tigers, instantly shook the heavens and the earth, sweeping across the world. Good job, Su Yin. Good. Yi Lin Yun and Phoenix King, who were suppressed in the World Pagoda, cried out excitedly. They saw Su Yin's peerless bravery. He controlled the 9 escape techniques, and his magic power was boundless. He instantly pierced through the universe, commanding all things in the world, and suppressed forward. Boom! In an instant, the destructive lightning abyss collapsed, and the space-time of the huge, immortal realm disintegrated. 2 indescribable supreme powers, accompanied by a vague emperor's might, were about to make thunder immortal elder and young emperor's souls dissipate. This kind of aura was too terrifying. It originated from the silver stars, and it suppressed the 2 immortal kings until their bodies trembled and their primordial spirits dimmed. Puff. The 2 experts coughed out blood at the same time. Their hair was disheveled, as if they were about to collapse. Everyone in the world cried out in fanaticism. Su Yin was facing 2 immortal kings alone, and he actually used supreme magic power to injure them. What kind of combat strength was this? Could it be that Su Yan was already invincible below the Emperor realm? Kill! Su Yan waved his huge hand. It was boundless, and it landed squarely on the bodies of young Emperor and Thunder Immortal Elder. The two experts trembled, and their bodies were cracking. It was as if their bodies and souls were about to be destroyed, and their bodies were sent flying. Oh my God! Countless people trembled. These were two immortal kings. Thunder Immortal Elder and Young Emperor were no match for Su Yan's invincible divine might. They were sent flying and smashed into a star. This star in the universe stained the sky with blood. Kill! Su Yan was filled with a peerless, domineering aura. His eyes were filled with killing intent. His huge arm pierced through the universe and extended forward again. It was as if he had crossed hundreds of millions of miles in an instant. He emitted the supreme profundity of the 9 escapes, and his killing power was unparalleled in the world. In the field, Thunder Immortal Elder and Young Emperor were facing a majestic pressure. The vast galaxy was billions of layers, and the rolling Milky Way fell. Accompanied by the Emperor's might that could annihilate all living things, it wanted to kill them. The two experts were drowned by the boundless source of energy. They had no place to stand. They screamed miserably, wondering if the person they were facing was Su Yan at all. One had to know that this was even more abnormal than the heaven and earth layout that suppressed the starry sky clouds. After all, Su Yan was standing on the Emperor's cave abode. He gathered the vast Emperor's might and beat the two experts until they were coughing blood. Kill! The young Emperor had really gone mad. He was a great success immortal king, yet he was forced into a corner by Su Yan. He roared miserably. His body was steaming with the supreme order of laws. He circulated the heaven-opening Immortal Sutra to the extreme. In his domain, a majestic figure appeared behind him, as if an immortal emperor who looked down on the 9 heavens and 10 lands had come back to life. Thunder Immortal Elder also went crazy. It was as if he had turned into an immemorial thunder god-born in the era of creation. A boundless abyss of thunder and lightning rose behind him. Blazing lightning struck down, trying to reverse the situation. Who dared to question the two experts? There was no doubt that they were powerful. They joined forces and charged forward. Unfortunately, no matter how powerful and invincible they were, Su Yan used the Mystic 9 escape technique to gather boundless Dharma power. It swept up endlessly with the Emperor's might. This is the legendary Mystic 9 escape technique. Someone trembled and roared. Once the 9 escape techniques are combined, the Dharma power will fill the sky. It will gather the momentum of the universe and spread the Tao in the starry sky. It will be invincible since ancient times. Some people felt that if Su Yan's true cultivation was that of an immortal king, then the combat power of the Mystic 9 escape technique would soar by a large margin. Even so, Young Emperor and Thunder Immortal Elder were beaten to a pulp. They fell to the boundless Dharma power attack again and again. If they were not powerful, they would have been obliterated and turned into ashes. Su Yan has gone crazy. He must be killed. At this moment, Young Emperor laughed sinisterly. A super-killing weapon rushed out from the top of his head, exuding an unparalleled Emperor's might. It was like the immortal Emperor's heavenly halberd that stood between the 9 heavens and 10 lands. It heavily crushed the boundless order of laws. The immortal Emperor's weapon, the immortal martial halberd. Everyone screamed in horror. This was a priceless Emperor's weapon, the most precious treasure of the Xian people. This purple-gold heavenly halberd was like a peerless weapon that could crush the heavens and 10 lands. It was so terrifying that it could destroy all Daos in the heavens. In an instant, heaven and earth exploded. The immortal martial emperor's might was released, destroying the entire ancient star region and killing Su Yan's real body. Stop! Many people shouted. What was going on? Thousands of people were scared out of their wits. No one could stop the crazy young emperor. He threw the heavenly halberd as if he was moving the most powerful killing weapon in the world. Suddenly, a huge hole appeared in the sky as it flew towards Su Yan. Stop! Many people shouted, but they were powerless to stop it. The emperor's weapon was reviving. Once they got close, they would be torn to pieces. They could only hide in the Imperial Star and scream in grief. Su Yin, give me your life. Young Emperor was rampant. He wanted to kill Su Yin. He did not believe that even if he killed Su Yin in front of the world could do anything to him. Su Yin dominated the world. Sitting on the immortal king mount, his expression was cold. A beam of light shot out from his cold eyes, causing everything in the world to tremble. Suddenly, the Emperor's weapon came at him, but Su Yin was not afraid. Spacetime Emperor. Suddenly, Su Yin roared, "Help me kill this evil enemy." The silver star suddenly burst into flames. An extremely terrifying aura spread out, one after another. Soon, it became extremely grand, as if the spacetime emperor who had passed away had awakened from his slumber. Chapter 2041. The emperor weapon had awakened, and a Fangtian halberd rushed towards Su Yin. This was a sure death situation. However, the silver star was burning fiercely, awakening an ancient emperor aura that caused heaven and earth to tremble violently, and the stars in the sky exploded. One could imagine how terrifying it was. The silver star flowed with the light of time and the power of time and space. Even with the supreme order of the immortal cave and the shocking power of the Emperor's city, there was still a ferocious fluctuation that could tear people apart. Wave after wave, it was boundlessly terrifying. Billions of creatures in the Emperor's city trembled, and their legs went soft. Many old experts even felt a familiar aura. This was the power of the space-time Emperor. It was so familiar that they were incomparably shocked. Could it be that the space-time Emperor was still alive? Tai Baokai roared and charged into the Trans-Realm teleportation formation with East Demon's group. The Heavenly Power King used the Divine Devil chessboard to suppress a group of attendants, and roared, "Can you open it?" Yes, yes. The group of attendants trembled, and their bodies were covered in cold sweat. This group of people was really going crazy, but the Heavenly Power King's group was too important. They had no choice but to open the Trans-Realm teleportation formation. "I'll go call for help." East Demon directly rushed in and activated the Trans-Realm teleportation formation. He could take the opportunity to return to the Three Realms battlefield for a short time. He wanted to return to the Three Realms battlefield to call for reinforcements. The Phoenix King was very likely to be suppressed, and Su Yin had encountered the greatest danger. He had to return to the Three Realms battlefield and send the news back. "Stay here obediently. This place is now under the control of the immortal Phoenix army." Fan Jian took out the great killing sword and forcefully took away the token to open the Trans-Realm teleportation formation. He had full control of this place, and perhaps there would be even greater use for it in the future. The group of attendants was terrified. This group of people was really crazy. They even dared to forcefully take over the Emperor's city's Trans-Realm teleportation formation. It's the aura of the Three Realms galaxy. Could it be that Su Yin can control the Three Realms galaxy? This is an invincible Emperor weapon. The Heavenly Power King was pleasantly surprised. This was known as one of the strongest treasures in the domain of time and space. If Su Yin had the Three Realms galaxy's protection, the young emperors alone wouldn't be able to make things difficult for him. However, he was afraid of the emperor's killing intent. Ong 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 ong. Wave after wave, supreme fluctuations spread out. The sky was sometimes overflowing with gold, sometimes pitch black like ink, and sometimes divine and holy. The three rivers seemed to have pressed down on the long river of history, and they rapidly enlarged one after another. They steamed with time, whistled with time, and flowed with the extremely grand aura of the universe, and they were about to envelop the 9 heavens and 10 earths. When the Three Realms heavenly river awakened, many people cried out miserably. Their bodies were rapidly aging. They were all trembling as they quickly fled this region. Three Realms Milky Way. Xiaodi's face darkened. How'd he do it? Could it be that he had really obtained all the inheritances of the space-time emperor? Otherwise, how could he have activated the Three Realms Milky Way? Kill him quick. Thunder Immortal Elder is completely terrified. Su Yin is in charge of the Three Realms Milky Way. His identity is confirmed without a doubt. If he can't kill Su Yin quickly, the consequences will be unimaginable. In short, a dead person has less influence than a living person. I don't believe that you can activate the power of the three realms Milky Way. In an instant, Xiao Di rose from the ground. He held the heavenly halberd with one arm. This was the weapon of the immortal martial emperor. In the process of awakening, energy waves surged into the sky. Millions of strands of immortal martial emperor's power penetrated heaven and earth, shocking the gods and ghosts. Heaven and earth collapsed, and it was like the end of the world. This was the heavenly halberd, which was used for killing. It was so heavy that it made the immortal kings in the distance tremble. They felt as if their bodies were about to collapse. This made them extremely shocked. After all, this was the awakening of the legendary emperor weapon. Kill! Xiao Di roared. Holding the heavenly halberd, he suddenly charged forward. Along the way, he destroyed heaven and earth. All matter exploded, and the silver stars where Su Yin stood were roaring violently. The emperor weapon attacked at all costs, boiling with the power to destroy the world. In fact, if it weren't for the special fairy cave and the emperor star in front, once the heavenly halberd awakened, this world would be melted and evaporated, and all living beings in the sky would wither. Suddenly, an unparalleled aura bloomed, and the three realms Milky Way became much more terrifying. It was as if there was a big hand holding the three realms Milky Way, causing the aura of the treasure of time and space to surge into the ultimate domain. The heavens trembled, time collapsed, and time and space were changing paths. The three rivers converged together, as if an invincible giant who dominated time and eternity had manifested, with unparalleled divine power. Great immortal elder, space-time emperor, the entire fairy cave was roaring. This was the complete form of the three realms Milky Way, and it also showed the space-time emperor's strongest Dharma body. It was as if it was resurrected from destruction, as if it was supporting the universe in the long river of time. No matter how powerful the heavenly halberd was, it could not suppress the space-time emperor's strongest Dharma body. How is this possible? Xiao Di roared. How could Su Yin activate the strongest state of the three realms Milky Way? One should know that Su Yin had used the emperor corpse of the space-time emperor. The three realms Milky Way was completely awakened, and an incomparably vast divine power flooded the fairy cave. It was so terrifying that it made the heavens tremble, and the terrifying heavenly halberd was trembling. Even Xiao Di spat out blood on the heavenly halberd. The immortal martial emperor's figure was a little short in front of the space-time emperor, and even his weapon was definitely not comparable to the three realms Milky Way. Ark, Xiao Di roared. His whole body was a bloody mess. He was being suppressed by the emperor weapon, and in the process, his body seemed to be melting. The qi and blood in his body were deteriorating, and his bodily functions were aging. No! Xiao Di screamed in despair. He was about to melt, and in the process, he was no match. In fact, if he did not have the ultimate weapon to protect him, Xiao Di would have exploded in one move. He could not have survived in front of the complete three realms Milky Way. Kill! Suddenly, Thunder Immortal Elder let out a hysterical roar. He raised his hand, and in the silent thunder and lightning cave, there was a sudden burst of destructive thunder and lightning. Everyone's scalp went numb. A thunder and lightning hammer flew out, surrounded by billions of lightning. This scene was too terrifying. The moment this thunder hammer appeared, the sky collapsed, and time and space seemed to have reached the end. What was that? This was the world-destroying thunder hammer, the strongest weapon of Thunder Immortal Elder's lineage. It was also an emperor weapon. Legend said that this world-destroying thunder hammer was a priceless treasure nurtured by the heavens. It was filled with the aura of the sky opening thunder scripture, and instantly became extremely terrifying. Lightning exploded in the sky, and the scene was extremely terrifying. The giant thunder hammer was said to be able to destroy the world. In the hands of Thunder Immortal Elder, It was bombarding the three realms' Milky Way. Boom! The light of lightning that filled the sky surged and destroyed the world. Wave after wave of lightning filled the sky, and it was innumerable. However, every single bolt of lightning was thick, large, and terrifying. Every single bolt of lightning carried the aura of destruction, and it could easily annihilate celestial kings. World-destroying thunderhammer, heaven-destroying 9 layers kill. Thunder immortal elder roared, and in a short period of time, 9 layers of lightning rained down, sweeping over with a whoosh. The space-time emperor's figure was faintly blurry and unreal, as if he was in a destructive lightning abyss and was about to be destroyed. Kill, immortal martial emperor, invincible. The young emperor also roared and used all his strength to revive the halberd. The two emperor weapons attacked the space-time emperor's Dharma body together. Crazy. Have you all gone crazy? An immortal elder roared hysterically. Where did Yi Linyan go? Where did the second immortal elder go? Who can tell me what happened? Who can? Tai Baokai came and roared. The one who went to the immortal King Fortune ground is not Su Yin at all. Thunder immortal elder and the young emperor want to kill Su Yin, seize his fortune, and seize the space-time emperor's inheritance. What did you say? The whole world was trembling, and everyone was going crazy. Who was Su Yin? He was the imperial war god, and had won 3 battles in the immortal demon battlefield to obtain the right to enter the immortal King Fortune ground. But now, someone was telling them that Su Yin had been replaced, and that the young emperor and thunder immortal elder wanted to kill Su Yin together. Young man, don't spout nonsense. Xian Weihuan screamed and wanted to kill Tai Baokai. However, he had just made a move when the Heavenly Monkey King directly charged over. Wielding a massive metal staff, he sent Xian Weihuan flying. He roared in a shrill voice, "Revolt! All revolt!" The old monkey was furious. Su Yin had fought 3 bloody battles and achieved great merit for the immortal world. Now, he was being persecuted by an emperor clan, and even his fortune ground had been taken by someone else. The Monkey King screamed. The space-time emperor had fallen, and now no one was protecting Su Yin. To be honest, the Heavenly Eye King and the others were frightened. The young emperor's actions were too fierce. But now that this matter had blown up and the news had spread, how could they let it go? Then another group of people came. The Heavenly Dragon Maiden said angrily, "Yi Linyan has been suppressed by the young emperor, and so has the Phoenix King. They want to steal the position of the first and second immortal elders and even kill Su Yin. And the one who entered the immortal King Fortune ground is the Tenrai of Beach." "You're full of nonsense," Xian Weihuan screamed. How could he admit it? Everyone was stunned, and many were petrified. They could not believe the Heavenly Dragon Maiden's words. The Tenrai of Beach had gone to the Fortune ground, and Yi Linyan and the Phoenix King had been suppressed. What was this? Was this still the Immortal Cave? Could it have been controlled by the Emperor clan? The Emperor clan was messing around, and now the Thunder Immortal Elder and the young Emperor had the Emperor weapon and wanted to kill Su Yin. B**** starred. Many disciples of the space-time Emperor roared in anger. The great Immortal Elder's corpse had not even turned cold, but they had done such a vicious thing to the space-time Emperor's disciple. This was said by the Heavenly Dragon Maiden herself. So what else was there to doubt? Kill. The Thunder Immortal Elder and the young Emperor roared at the same time. Their messy hair danced in the wind, and their bodies were filled with bone-chilling, killing intent. The 2 Emperor weapons were burning, and the Emperor's aura that shook the 9 heavens and 10 earths roared as they charged at Su Yin. Roar! Su Yin roared into the sky. It was a dangerous scene. If the 3-realm sky river could not withstand it, he would be destroyed in an instant. This was the joint attack of 2 Emperor weapons. Who could fight against it? From this moment on, an Emperor's corpse rose from Su Yan's back. Su Yin carried the space-time Emperor's corpse on his back and roared into the sky. The flames in his chest burned, and the 3-realm sky river wailed. His avatar seemed to have regained its consciousness, and then released its invincible combat strength. Space-time Emperor, help me kill the enemy. Su Yan roared in grief. The Emperor's corpse on his back shone brightly, and even the three-realm sky river showed a supreme shadow. It emitted an invincible aura that swept through the past, present, and future, and shook the long river of time. Everyone in the fairy cave prostrated themselves in worship. Immortal kings and taboos all trembled as they knelt down. The space-time Emperor seemed to have been reborn. The two Emperor weapons were wailing, as if they had submitted to the space-time Emperor's shadow. No, the Thunder Immortal Elder and the young Emperor were terrified. This was the space-time Emperor's corpse, and the Emperor weapons that he had spent his life forging were resonating with him. This was killing intent. The killing intent of an invincible giant swept across the universe. It sent the World Destroyer Thunder Hammer flying, and the Sky Piercer crashing to the ground. Uff! The two experts screamed, and their bodies cracked. It was a horrible sight. A bunch of small fries. All of you must die. Su Yan roared. He controlled the three-realm sky river, carried the Emperor's corpse, and awed the world.